This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
views expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. How in the hell are you all doing out there? Hope you all are well anywhere and everywhere you're at in the world. Welcome aboard to the program, powered, mastered by the one and only Sean Stanley. Thank you all for tuning in live. Thank you all for downloading the show, day, night, weekends, holidays, whenever it is that you're listening to us. Please smash that like button. Please subscribe. Help us get to 20,000 subscribers. That's what we're trying to do here on the platform on a beautiful Wednesday morning, January 18th of 2023. Damn, we're already 23 years into this millennium, man. Wow, that is some crazy stuff, to be quite honest with you. Wow, that's time flies, man. And we're already halfway through this month. Just seems like I was just hugging my wife and my daughter for Happy New Year's like a couple of hours ago. But anyway, we got a lot of things to talk about. We got a lot of people to talk to today on the program. Obviously, we are leading the way to Inside the Paint, the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. And remember, the wraps right now for Red Recover, take advantage, 50% off. So if you're dealing with elbow or knee discomfort or shoulder, neck, back, ankles, whatever it is, sore feet, you stand a lot, we have wraps that can cover any part of your body pretty much. Even help you, some of the ladies out with the wrinkles, with the crow's feet and all that kind of stuff. So go to redrecover.com and check it out, 50% off right now. So take advantage in a big-time way. I see Jonathan Cagle. I see Jamie Zorria. I see Frankie Fresco, True Fin Fan, the hardcore of the hardcore already on the chat board. I appreciate you all out there as always. The Panthers last night, and some bad breaks too. They had some calls go against them in that game, and but still lost in overtime to the Maple Leafs, 5-4. It's just been a rough season, man. It's just been one of those where, in a way, it kind of reminds me of the halfway mark of the Dolphins season, or a little over. You're 8-3, and you're going, all right, man. Tua's healthy. We're rolling. Everything's great. We're back on track. And then, boom, all hell breaks loose, and you start having the issues again. And we know how it ended. And so with the Cats, at that point at 8-3, we had some pretty high expectations. We were feeling good. Tua looking like an MVP caliber. Mike McDaniel looking like a head coach of the year candidate. The team is looking like a playoff team, possibly a Super Bowl team. And then we get, same thing. Cats last year, a really exciting year. You're the top team in the league in the regular season. You finally get to the second round of the playoffs. You figure, okay, well, you're going to focus in on defense and make it a little better this year. And you've taken like 5 steps back now. The team's not nearly as entertaining as it was last year. Not even close. Kachuk has had a hell of a year. He's been fun to watch. He didn't do anything last night, but, still, it was just one of those where he's been absolutely amazing. And yet, you're one game above 500. That's the best you can do. You're 21-20-5, and you're fighting for trying to even get into the playoffs. And it's just a completely different scenario this year. And it just kind of takes the wind out of your sails. And for me, as a guy that's always been, a big pro Panthers guy and definitely a big supporter of Viola and Sifu, I think they're trying everything possible. It reminds me a lot of Huizenga. Huizenga did anything and everything his people asked him. That's why his baseball team won the World Series. His hockey team made it to the Stanley Cup. And then his football team, he had the worst luck in the world. It's like you push Shula out to bring in Jimmy off of everything that happened with the Cowboys, and you think, okay, didn't work out. Then you bring in Saban and Parcells, and we all thought that was going to happen. And, with Viola and Sifu, it's kind of been the same thing. They do everything in their powers to win, and yet somehow or another, they're not able to accomplish it. And I can't necessarily blame them for it. They're trying. They're doing everything that their people tell them to do. It just hasn't, hasn't just happened for them, man. So sad yesterday. Barkov had a goal and an assist. Bob with 32 saves yesterday. They've got Montreal on Thursday. Let's hope that they can get on. They need to get on a nice win streak, and kind of build some confidence and all the way around. Paul Maurice yesterday, he's got to be taking shots at the refs because he's frustrated with everything going on. But unfortunately, he's been a complete disappointment. And that's the other thing, that you thought that was going to make a difference, and that has just not made the difference that you're expecting. And you're already past the halfway mark of the season. It's a rough one, man. We better hope. You know what this is shaping up to be, right? The old Panther seasons that you struggle, and then you've got to make the last final push towards the end of the season to sneak into the playoffs, only to get smacked and sent home. Well, I hope that's not the case. Hopefully, though, do enough to sneak in, and then maybe they can make some noise and play a little better defense and survive. Who knows? We'll see. But rough one, man. It's been frustrating. You know what I mean? After everything that happened with the Dolphins, you were hoping for a better season, and now you turn to the winter teams, and there's not a lot of hope there right now. The Heat have they just lost after winning, 3 or 4 in a row. And so they lost the other night. Now they've got the Pelicans tonight, which is not easy, but we'll see. Heat, by the way, at New Orleans, and New Orleans is 26-18 in the season. Miami is 24-21, and we'll see what happens because they've been dealing themselves with some health issues too along the way. Matt Verderame is set to join us today at 11 a.m. So we'll get into it with Matt. We'll have a little fun, and we'll go over a whole bunch of topics. I got a bunch of stuff that I want to talk about also on the show today. Get into that. We'll talk. We'll have a little crossover in a minute with IRA and Kurt, and we'll see what they're going to do over the next hour, and talking a little Miami Heat and NBA talk. I know that once they're done, we'll get into some of the big issues going on in sports. Obviously, we'll talk a little bit about the Miami Dolphins, as we always do on the program. And now we get to focus a little bit more on the Heat, and we just talked a little bit about the Panthers a bit after last night's game. So we'll get to focus in on the Heat. I know some of you are watching UM basketball. I'm not really watching too much of it. I kind of look at it a little bit, but it's not one of those. It's just college basketball just doesn't do it for me anymore. Remember, at the end of the month, we'll be in Mobile. Once again, we'll be back on the road. Thank the Lord. I haven't been to the Senior Bowl in 3 years. I missed the last 2 because of the whole pandemic thing. So we're back on the road. So we'll be at the Senior Bowl at the end of the month, and then we'll be at the Combine the following month after that. So we'll follow up all the off-season stuff that we normally have done over the years. So we'll continue doing that. I'm sure we'll get some of the reaction from some of you all over Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel and their press conferences and everything that they had to say in their press conference, which I think most of it, I don't think any of it really was pretty much a surprise. I think it was almost pretty much expected, everything that's out there. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about some of the coaching changes that could be happening too, also with the Miami Dolphins. Do you think the Dolphins will go back to the old logo? Eventually, I'm sure Garfinkel will do it. When? I have no idea, but I hope they do it soon. That's for sure. Big O, who besides Jones do you not see being on the roster next season? Oh, well, Gesicki for sure. Gesicki will be gone. And that's, I can tell you for sure those 2 guys will be gone. X will be back. Anybody that thinks they're going to get rid of Byron and X, they won't be able to. That fiscally will not be able to happen. So they'll keep X one more year. X will know that he has to, turn it up next year and get healthy, because he'll be playing either to try to convince the Dolphins to keep him, or he'll be playing for somebody else. So you'll have a motivated X next year, actually. You know what I mean? Not that he was unmotivated. I'm not doing that, X. He was clear. You could tell that the guy was injured. You could tell he was not himself the entire. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's do a little crossover action. Let's bring Ira and Kurt aboard. Let's find out what is going to go on for the next hour. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you all doing?
We are doing good. Another interesting period here for the Miami Heat. It almost seems like the tenor of the entire show is based on, did the Heat win their previous game or lose their previous game? But I'm not going to sort of get into the up and down. I think the Heat have been trending in the right direction. But I'm really going to go into today with Kurt, and obviously his NBA-wide background is the NBA trading deadline is February 9th. That's the juicy bits everyone gets into. Oh, you talk about this to us. You came out to Summer League. This is a transaction league. Everyone loves the NBA hot stove. This league actually makes trades, unlike the NFL. So what I want to get into, Kurt, is as you move closer, do you start showcasing? Do you start assessing your own roster? Do you start looking around and sending out feelers around the league? Or do you have to say, this is who we are, and to spend assets in the moment to chase something versus protecting our future? And you know this, Big O. You and I have spoken about this in our Accurate Pembroke Pines reports. You also have the Hero and Bam thing. You have a nice future set up. Do you sell off some of your future to live in the Lowry and Butler moment, or do you look more to the future? So I want to talk to Kurt about that today and get in. And honestly, I'm going to be honest. Our RedRecover.com shows as we get closer to the February 9th trading deadline, that's where we are right now. That's what people want to know. I'll be checking the chat board during the show also, but throw us your trade suggestions. But please do not give us the old, well, they should trade Dedmon for Joel Embiid. Let's be reasonable, folks. Please.
No, but listen, the one thing I would ask you and Kurt over the next hour, if you're going to talk about this, okay, well, the Heat is about winning championships, right?
Correct.
So where in your future does it say championship? And so are you hanging on to something that is going to mold into a championship? And if it's not, well, then you do make some moves. You make a move whenever you can make a move to try to get better. Why stay passive when what you're setting up is not championship caliber? All right. So that's the question. Whether you guys think they're championship or not down the line, that's your opinions. But to me, if you're the Miami Heat and you're Pat Riley and you're all about winning the ring, okay, well, then what you currently have constructed or whatever foundation you have for the future, is it enough for a championship, or are you still going to have to add? So that's the question I would, like to hear you guys, banter about, as they say.
Well, then you're going to have to tune in.
All right. 1 hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk. Should the Miami Heat make moves? Are they a championship caliber? How far are they? Or are they knocking on the door? Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan answer that on the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome in again to our weekly Inside the Paint show brought to you by RedRecover.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBASports.com out there in the Los Angeles area. And as we talked to Big O during our crosstalk on the Big O show, and he'll be back after our show today, Kurt, we're getting close to this February 9th NBA trading deadline. And to me, there's always two assessments you make. The assessment of who are you and the assessment of what's available. And to me, those two things sort of jibe together as to how you approach the NBA trading deadline. So first, I want to sort of give you my thoughts, and then I want to get your thoughts on where you think the Heat are this season and short term. And my perspective always is this, is when you look at your conference, my feeling has always been you try to win your conference. At the least, you're going to have a puncher's chance in the finals, like the Heat did in the 2020 NBA Finals against the Lakers in the bubble. You get there, you don't know what's going to happen. There could be an upset, Toronto over the Warriors. You build your season for the conference. So when you look at the East, you say to yourself, well, Boston looks like they're built for the long run. With the two J's. Remember when there was a time, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown can't play together, we got to break it up?
That time was last year.
It was less in this time when they were like basically in 8th place in the East, and then they came around. They're for real. I think as long as the Bucks have Giannis singularly, they'll be for real, and they've shown by giving up the draft choices for Drew Holiday and what they've done, they're for real. The Sixers constantly are clutching and grasping. Two things about the Sixers we don't know about Joel Embiid's health. We saw last night against the Clippers when Joel Embiid is on the top of his game.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's the best big man because I think he's the best two-way big man in the NBA, with all due respect to Joker, and all due respect to some of the other elite big men. So you have them also. The Nets are flighty because you don't know who's staying and who's going. Kyrie could be gone by the end of the season. Durant could be hurt or just unhappy again. So I'm a little uncertain with him. So when I'm the Heat and I look at the East, I'm saying, how am I going to be better for a long period of time against the Celtics and maybe what the Cavaliers become? Because with Garland and Donovan Mitchell, they have their backcourt of the future. Jared Allen, he's still young. The Nets traded him as a young player. He's still young. You still have Mobley there. He's coming around. So those are the two I'm probably chasing. So the question I want to start with you, Kurt, is this. We know the Boston core, relatively young, the Jays. We know the Cleveland core, definitely young, with their backcourt. Philadelphia, with Daryl Morey, seems like he'll bring in anyone and anything he can to stay relevant. The Heat future core is Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. Is that, honestly, Kurt, you're out in LA, so people can't come to your house and knock on your door now, so that's good. Is that really a future core, or honestly, is that just two guys?
It's more than two guys. It's 2/3 of a future core, but I still think you need a true ball handling alpha number one option. I don't think Tyler's that. I think he's a second option. I think Bam is a great secondary piece and defensive anchor. Like, I think those two can be part of a core, but ultimately you've got to have your Jason Tatum or your James Harden could have been that guy, back in the day. I don't think he's that guy now. Like, you've got to still have the guy with the ball in his hands. Even LeBron was this guy for a long time in Miami, right? Like, the guy in the ball in his hands who's the true alpha, who's the guy in charge of this team. And I don't think the Heat are there. I don't believe, by the way, they think they're there. I will also say this, Ira, because I just watched them now twice in the last couple nights out here in LA. Short term, as much as I have defensive questions about them, I think Philly's a playoff problem because that James Harden and Joel Embiid pick and roll, when it's clicking, it is a beast.
But Harden as a playoff player has always been a
different
player.
That's the.
I need to get to May. I need to get to late April. Maybe I need to get to June to really get a sense on that because something always seems to crumble at the end.
Yep.
Last season against the Heat, Embiid missed the first 2 games of that series. It turned that series. Will he be healthy? That's the question there. So let me turn it the other way then. Let's talk about living in the moment because you did see the Heat twice a couple of weeks ago out in LA against the Lakers and the Clippers in person. Obviously, they've mostly been good. They had that run of 12 wins in 17 games until they lost Monday against Atlanta. We saw the Heat 3 seasons ago get to the NBA Finals. We saw them within one shot of the NBA Finals last season. Boston, Jimmy Butler pulls up for the three and misses. We now know, doing these RedRecover.com Inside the Paint shows for more than half the season, maybe the Heat relied a little too much on what happened in that one game against Boston by bringing it mostly back without PJ Tucker and thinking that's enough. When you look at the East this year, if the Heat are their best version, everyone healthy, we've only seen that I think 14 games, the prime roster, the prime lineup together, everyone healthy, everyone playing at their best. So Victor Oladipo playing like he is right now, Gabe Vincent stepping up his game to a degree, giving you somewhat of a 1-2 backcourt in the bench. What's the ultimate upside of the 2020-23 Miami Heat that if you're going to the NBA trade deadline and saying, hey, if we had just one more piece, is that enough? Can the Heat do anything to crack the top three, which to me is Boston, Milwaukee, Brooklyn? Do they have enough to crack the top five, which you put in Philadelphia in there and certainly can put in Cleveland in there?
Yeah.
Enough to, and I know it's hard to hear this in South Florida, do they have enough to get past the Knicks?
I think they've got enough to get past the Knicks. But I don't think as much as I love Jimmy Butler, and again, we've talked about this, a player who can raise his game to the level we were talking about, to that all-NBA first alpha guy for a stretch of time. I just don't think in this season you get past the conference finals. I think that would be the ultimate upside, and I think you'd have to have a couple breaks because I don't think they're as good as Boston or Milwaukee if both of those teams are fully functional, right? If Chris Middleton's back and Drew Holiday's in a groove and everything's clicking in Milwaukee, then they're obviously a problem with Giannis. So I think second round is the more likely. Again, it depends on where you land. If you get up to that sixth spot, you're still going to get Brooklyn in the first round. And that's
right.
That's a Brooklyn or Philadelphia. And either way, that's a battle.
And that to me is probably the Heat's upside battle. I don't think in a first-round series against Boston, although they do play Boston well, and they did when Jimmy Butler was healthy in that second game in Boston recently, they compete against Boston. I think they just sort of, for whatever reason, them against Boston, they're sort of locked into them. They played them so often in so many playoff series that at least, the one thing about the Heat, when you give the Heat a scout and they can spend time focusing on a team and break you down, they're very good at that.
Yeah.
So in a way, I think they could play Boston to a competitive series, but Boston is better. Milwaukee, forget about the two games last week on Thursday and Saturday. Without Giannis, the Bucks aren't the Bucks. I know what they did against Toronto, and they can still pull it off and get 130 points, but they're not the team. They're not going anywhere without Giannis. It's all about getting him healthy now so he's ready for the playoffs. And unlike the Heat, they have the cushion. They can do that. So they can sit Giannis out there. So I get that also. Against Philly, again, I don't know what Philly is, but I do know this. When Joel Embiid's on the top of his game, you saw it last night out there against the Clippers, he's the most dominant scoring big in the NBA. Joker does all of his other stuff. I get all of that. But Embiid, between the jumper and the force at the rim, he's just another dominant force. So my question is this, and this is a hard thing for Heat fans. And again, we will conjure our trades leading up to February 9th. The Heat, for the last 5 years, have always made a deal at the deadline. Sometimes to add an ancillary piece like a Trevor Ariza, sometimes to go big like they did with Jay Crowder and Andre Iguodala, sometimes just because of the luxury tax like they did last year with KZ Okpala, offloading him to the Oklahoma City Thunder so they could sign Caleb Martin, so they could bring in Haywood Highsmith, but there always seems to be something. Kurt, if you are a level-headed general manager and you are with the Miami Heat, do you say to yourself, this is a go-for-it season because Jimmy Butler's 33, because Kyle Lowry's 36, or do you have to pull back? And you have to say to yourself, we always go for it because we're the Miami Heat, but we have to have a certain degree of common sense also and know when is our time and when we'll just take a puncher shot in the playoffs. Is there a move? And I know this is putting you on the spot, and we will circle back to this later in the show also when we come up with more names. Even positionally, is there a move where you say to yourself, you know what, Ira, I think if they do this, then all of a sudden, if I'm Boston or Milwaukee or Brooklyn or Cleveland or Philadelphia, I'm a little concerned. Are they even at the one move away point?
This comes back, you said there were two parts of this, which was you assess yourself and then you assess the trade market and who's out there. The second part of that is the problem there. There is the best players likely to be traded at the deadline this year are not even all-stars. It's John Collins, it's Bojan Bogdanovic, it's guys of that level. How much does that move the needle? Not that, hypothetically, I'm not even going to get into how you would go get him. If you wanted to go after Bogdanovic and give up the unprotected first or whatever it's going to take to get him, how much does that really move the needle? Does that change your dynamic that much? I like him. He's a very nice player, especially offensively. There isn't now. It's not like the Raptors are selling Pascal Siakam right now, where that would dynamically change things. You're getting an all NBA level player. With the guys available, I think you have to be, I don't want to say cautious, but you have to think about what are you getting out of going all in? If you're giving up an unprotected first for Bogdanovic, where does he lift you to? And I'm not sure for Miami, it's where they want to go.
And Kurt makes the perfect point there for this reason. Typically, the teams that make their move at the trading deadline are the one piece away, but not the one main piece away. The Harden, Brooklyn, Philadelphia trade, those are the rarities. And honestly, it's very difficult to then redo your team on the fly. We saw that with Philadelphia last year and become an instant contender. So the players are looking at this year, whether it's D'Angelo Russell, whether it's Jordan Clarkson, I'm going to go heavy on the Jazz, whether it's Mike Conley, whether it's Kelly Olynyk, whether it's anyone there from the Jazz selling off to be bad, are nice, I would say third, fourth, but honestly more, Kurt, fourth and fifth pieces.
Yeah.
So you look at Milwaukee, a fourth or fifth piece, hey, that's all they need. They bring in even a Jay Crowder, just a +1, they're fine. That's the little thing. Boston sort of did that with their Brogdon move in the offseason last year, but even last season, let's think about Boston's move for a second, okay? The Derek White move. It's the exact kind of subtle move we're talking about. It's the D'Angelo Russell. It's the Jordan Clarkson. It's not adding a guy to be the guy. It's adding a guy to support the guys. That's the kind of trade. So when you look at the Heat bringing in a guy like that, whether it's a Jordan Clarkson, whether it's a D'Angelo Russell, yes, it makes you better. But what my thought is this year is, I think the drop-off from the top 3 or 4 to where the Heat are, like you say, is more than half a piece away, is more than an ancillary piece away. And we know one thing in sports. In sports where you either play for a championship or you go for the lottery, you don't want to be middled. The Jazz were middled for decades, and they decided, hey, God bless you, Quinn Snyder, you're a great coach. God bless you, the core of our team, Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. You gave us a chance in every playoff series every year. But we always wound up butting our head against the wall. I'm almost wondering, and I'd like to get some thoughts on the chat board on this here also, if you go to our YouTube chat board, was getting within one game of the NBA Finals the worst thing that could have, last year, the worst thing that could have happened for the Heat going forward? Kurt, do you think the Miami Heat deluded themselves into believing last year? And I ask you this question in this regard, and you know this because you're out in LA. After the Heat went to the 2020 NBA Finals, everyone said, oh, it's just the bubble. It's the unique season. It's you give Eric Spoelstra 7 days a week to practice because there ain't nothing else to do there in Disney during the pandemic. You're going to get the best of the Heat. That's not real. Was last season a matter of, hey, the Ducks fell in the right order for them. Milwaukee was out of the way. They got Boston at the right time and Robert Williams was hurting, where Derek White had to leave for a birth of a child and they got to a Game 7. So I want you to be fair to Heat Nation because, again, these people do at least have your email address if nothing else. Was getting to Game 7 in last year's NBA Finals almost a curse from the Heat from the perspective it might have deluded them?
I don't think so, because I don't think this team is like everything went their way last year, or a lot of things went their way, enough things went their way that they could make that kind of run. But honestly, Ira, every run, LeBron James championships when he was there in Miami, or even this Warriors with Durant, you still need some breaks. You still need some stuff to go your way, or it's not going to happen. Nobody wins a championship, no matter how you can change your margin for error. Like a lot more things might have to go wrong if you're the Warrior, the 2017 Warriors, but you still need things to kind of go right for you. And I think while things went right for the Heat, I don't think they deluded themselves into thinking that I think you can get back to that relatively closely. I just think that the Celtics got better. They figured out who they were, then they went out and got Brogdon.
Absolutely.
The Bucks are capable of being better. I think everybody else raised their game a little, and the Heat lost Tucker, and that little half step is now really hard to make up.
That's the thing, is I think the competition got better, and either the Heat didn't realize it or simply didn't have the means to keep up. Because you're right, the Brogdon trade, a small trade, pretty much else getting to help for Boston. Robert Williams coming back, giving him the time to rest. You can see where they are. I still believe we saw a little bit of it last week in just one of the games. The Joe Ingles thing to me is a little subtle, under-the-radar move that a very good team makes and lifts them up another half step. I think Milwaukee has another move in them. We saw the moves that Philadelphia made in the offseason, not just Melton, but also just bringing in other little pieces and making themselves stronger. Tyrese Maxey, a year older, growing into his role. They got better also. Brooklyn just getting its crap together. And honestly, matter of fact, Kurt, I want to go there also. As much as Brooklyn getting their act together, even the Royce O'Neal trade, I remember on draft night, we were like, what the hell are the Nets doing? They're blowing this thing up. They're giving up a first-round choice for a purely complimentary player. But you see, just like P.J. Tucker was for the Heat last year, a Royce O'Neal in the right situation, supporting the right players, I think a little bit of what Brooklyn did also is that not so subtle move that made them better as well. And then the Cavaliers, coming from a play-in team, going all in on the Donovan Mitchell. There were 2 all-in Utah Jazz deals this offseason. The disaster with Rudy Gobert. That's what happens when you go all in. You take a chance and think you have it. The Timberwolves are effed. They are totally screwed going forward with all their draft choices for a guy who's a dinosaur for today's game. But the Cleveland Cavaliers went all in, and they got something very special in Donovan Mitchell and sort of having that backcourt. Did the Miami Heat lose this season during the offseason?
Yeah. To be honest with you, 9 times out of 10, that's where everything is won and lost. I mean, injuries and coaching changes and midseason tweaks can help. And sometimes, like Boston last year, we're like, hey, if we just do this, move Robert Williams into the starting lineup and less Dennis Schroeder, and we switch some stuff around and suddenly it all kind of clicks. That happens, but that's rare. That we keep pointing to it like, well, these things, that's really the anomaly. Most of the time it's like you said, it's the off-season moves. And every once in a while, the Pistons go get Rasheed Wallace at the deadline, and suddenly that completes the team. But again, I think that's the exception to the rule, not the rule. And that was a really dated reference for the referendum.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
The 2004.
Hello, Larry Brown. Because that's the exact demographic we're going for, is the Larry Brown crowd. So now we're there. So after the break, Kurt, I want to get into the Heat trade chips right now and who you could trade. We know there's a bunch of restrictions, things like that. We also know this week that Dwayne Dedmon became trade eligible. Say that 10 times fast. We know that Victor Oladipo became trade eligible. So I just want to get a sense of how far you would be willing to go to make Heat moves. We will, of course, go back, look at where the Heat stand right now. Their game against the Hawks coming up tonight. They're playing in New Orleans against the shorthanded Pelicans, Dallas on Friday. We'll get to our week ahead. But folks, I just sort of want you to go through your Heat machinations. Join us on the chat board, please. Give us your thoughts of if you're willing to go either all in big or somewhat in for something else, what you think the Heat should be willing to deal. Again, no Dwayne Dedmon for Joel Embiid trades offered up here. We're not going to go to, but sort of what do the Heat really have? What can the Miami Heat take to market? Kurt Heelan and Ira Winderman will discuss that after this break on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. Personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
Back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in Los Angeles, covering the league at large. We sort of made this, I guess, a Miami Heat trade special. Didn't really want to go in this direction, but sort of when you get close to February 9th, this is where you wind up. Kurt, you know you're dealing with a ton of trade rumors over there at Pro Basketball Talk. That's all people seemingly want to talk about. Again, I don't think the Heat are in a horrible place. I think the Heat are competing for a number 6 playoff berth, trying to avoid the play-in, sort of where they are, look like they're trending toward a winning record. Atlanta, I think, was a one-off on Monday. They were competitive in the game. They still have to get whole, waiting for Kyle Lowry to get back. He's been upgraded for questionable tonight's game against the Pelicans in New Orleans, so there is some hope on that stage. And I want to get into Kyle Lowry a little bit. When the Heat signed Kyle Lowry 2 years ago, it was at Jimmy Butler's behest that he wanted his friend there. We need a true playmaker. Goran Dragic was more of a scoring point guard, as he's been everywhere, whether it was Houston, whether it was Phoenix, whether it was when he first came to the Heat. Kyle Lowry was still close to the top-ish of his game in Toronto, was 2 years removed from a championship there, had also shown he could work with other scorers when he played with Kawhi Leonard, later with Pascal Siakam. And then he sort of came to the Heat and got old in a hurry. There's a bunch of rumors out there of teams looking for veteran point guard leadership, Minnesota being at the front of the list. And there's some talk about the Heat trading Kyle Lowry, has 2 years left on his deal for the 1 year left on D'Angelo Russell's contract. Kurt, when you look at Kyle Lowry, if you're a general manager, whether you're up there in Minnesota or whether you're around the league, is that someone you still look at as someone who is of this moment, or do you look at him as someone whose time has sort of come and gone? Is he in any way a trade asset?
Not much of one, just because I think this season in particular he's not giving us much in the future. I think, look, he'll get another contract after this one, probably not for a ton of money, and he might be moving into a more limited role. With whatever team he's with, he's sharing point guard duties with player X somewhere. I don't want to say he's not a trade, because he's still got he may be one of those players right now, Ira. He's more contract than, he's an expiring contract. That
well, actually, no, he has one more year left on his deal.
That's right. No, he has one more year left. That's right.
And that's the rub, is I think in the offseason, he'll be somewhat of a chip. I think right now you're looking at a pretty good load of money there, which is why the D'Angelo Russell trade's been mentioned, because he isn't expiring and that he can get off that money to a degree. So I just want to sort of, because a lot of people have been throwing this at me, so I want to sort of step it back just a moment. If the Heat offload Kyle Lowry for nothing but an expiring, just to get off his money, to set up their future, next year Tyler Hero's extension kicks in. You still have the big money on Jimmy's deal, the big money on Bam's deal and to a lesser degree the money on Duncan Robinson's deal, and we'll get to him in a moment.
Yeah.
And this is a hard one here because you feel like you've put yourself at a loss. You gave up Precious Achiuwa. You gave up an asset in Goron for whatever that was. Are the Miami Heat a better this sounds kind of not good for the Heat front office. Are the Miami Heat a better team without Kyle Lowry?
I don't know that they're better, but I don't know that they're dramatically worse. If that makes sense. Like, I don't think
the fact that you had the fact that you took the pregnant pause there to me says it all. Because when you're paying someone in the range of $30 million, when you bring someone in just 2 years ago as your game-changing offseason move, that the Heat in 2021 free agency, their move was the move. It was getting Kyle Lowry. It was New Orleans thought they had him. It was the Knicks thought they had him. It was Philadelphia thought they had him, to a degree that there was a tampering charge brought against the Heat, and the Heat did lose a second-round pick just because of Kyle Lowry. That was the move. Now you look at the way Gabe Vincent played last week against Milwaukee. 27 points, 25 points, scored in double figures against Atlanta with Kyle out there. They've had a winning record when Kyle's been out of the lineup. I know he's a very good half-court playmaker. I don't think he has anything left on defense at all right now. I think the Heat are almost pulling him along instead of him helping lead, and I think that's where you get into trouble.
I think that's actually a really good point, especially in that you get to the playoffs, which is ultimately what you're making these trades for. What you were talking about is, hey, the game slows down, and you really could use a guy in the half court who can still play make at the level of Kyle Lowry, except he's now going to get torched on the other end. When I've got time, when I'm name your other coach, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be able to target guys. And if I think I can target Kyle Lowry, then you end up in a situation where it becomes harder to play him because he can't help you defensively enough to stay on the floor. So, yeah, I don't know if they're better off without him, but I don't think you'd be dramatically worse, which is, like you said, because he's got that extra year, that might make it more difficult to move him. Just because whatever team brings him in knows they've got another year of this.
Right. And unless they view him differently, maybe they're more of a half-court team. Maybe they're just desperate for the veteran leadership that they don't have because they're a younger team. Maybe I could see that. But even then, the Cleveland Cavaliers bring in the Ricky Rubio types to work with Garland, to work with Donovan Mitchell. Someone like that who has no expectations of major playing time, but is there to sort of be a mentor and guide the players, but not to get in the way. I think the problem with Kyle is almost he still views himself as, Eric Spoelstra says Hall of Famer. I don't know if he's going there, but it's sort of elite point guard Kyle Lowry that deserves everything that goes in his direction. It's hard to get older in the NBA. Some players that step back like Dwayne Wade, it's like, whoa, you got to shake the cobwebs for a second and then realize, okay, this is who I am now, and I can still age gracefully. I think for certain players it isn't. The reason I talked about Kyle is I want to segue to something else that I think has been a major Heat bugaboo, but also what they're praised for. And we saw this on the broadcast on Monday Eve also with Reggie Miller and Kevin Harlan when they were calling the game. The Miami Heat get so praised for taking the undrafted player and making something out of them. And they were talking about Gabe Vincent coming off his the 27 and the 28 and the 28 and 27 point performances against the Bucks. And they were talking about Max Strus and how he stepped in and helped the team also. Here's my question to you, Kurt Hielan, is this. The undrafted player who becomes a complementary piece helps your team and supports the other players. Rarely becomes that leading man. I think they made a mistake in that regard with Duncan Robinson, even though he was to complement with his shooting. Max Strus is going to be a free agent in the offseason, unrestricted. Gabe Vincent is going to be a free agent in the offseason, unrestricted. Omer Yurtseven, who hasn't played this year, but certainly had a hell of a run last year, is going to be a free agent this offseason, restricted. Should the Heat consider at this point moving off some of those players for the simple matter of you can't keep getting caught with the Duncan Robinson contracts, with the quote-unquote Pat Riley falls in love with his own? In other words, I'll throw this to you right now. I spoke to Big O about this on our Accurate Pembroke Pines report last week also. Gabe Vincent might command $12 million a year. I think we spoke about this last week also.
Yeah.
Max Strus, a shooter, still has a value in the league. Maybe not like the Joe Harris and Duncan Robinson contracts, but maybe 12, 14, 15 million a year. Omer Yurtseven is still an intriguing enough big to get something on the market. What's the Heat future for those three? Do the Heat say, nope, we're the developmental team. We got these guys. We're going to take them along the next step. Or do you have to maybe say, you know what? If we flip something tantalizing at the trading deadline, maybe just to get a piece that helps us right now, we can make it work that way.
I guess that's hard to answer in the abstract because it would kind of depend on the player and the piece, but I would be willing to move on. Look, I'm a huge Gabe Vincent fan. Again, go UC Santa Barbara where my daughter's going to school. Like, I've been watching more of them this year than in a while. But that said, if you can flip him for something, especially longer term, of more consistent value, I would consider it. Now, that's also a position of need around the league. So maybe you can bring back something for Gabe. But I don't think you can fall too in love with those players.
And,
if you can, look, I'd resign them at the mid-level ish, which is going to be 11, 12. Like, I don't think that's a terrible number for either of them. I think that that's kind of what they are. Where you get in trouble is, like you said, the Duncan Robinson contracts. And if you can bring back a good player and a pick for either one of them, to me, that's hard to pass up. I think you're right, by the way. And it's not just a Pat Riley thing. Teams fall in love with their own guys. They overestimate the value because look how good he fit with us in this one situation.
Yes.
And you can overpay a guy for that.
And you don't win with complimentary players. There's a reason lottery picks are so valued. It's the greatness at the top, and everything else flows down from that a little bit also. On Sunday, January 15th, players who signed for larger than 20% raises in the offseason using bird rights became trade eligible for the first time this season. Most people think that's the December 15th date. For the Heat, that was the date that Victor Oladipo and Dwayne Dedmon became trade eligible. Dwayne Dedmon, we know, had his moment where he sort of went off the deep end last week, where he threw the Theragun on the court or flicked it or whatever, was ejected. The Heat said to the NBA, hey, we don't want to fine here. We want to make a statement. We'll take this over. We're going to suspend it for one game. We're going to handle the punishment. And they did after that game. Does Dwayne Dedmon have any value around the league? And I'm asking you, Kurt Heelan, out in Los Angeles, this for a reason. There's a lot of talk that the Los Angeles Clippers, behind Zubats, don't really have a backup center. And they've been playing Moses Brown. And they probably could look for something a little bit more. Dwayne Dedmon is the classic NBA backup big man. He will give you 5 fouls. It might only be in 3 minutes, but he will give you that big body. But also what we saw last week, the insubordination against the Pat Riley team might impact him also. Any value for Dwayne Dedmon other than being a quote-unquote contract?
No, actually, what does he make off the top of my head? Because I know it wasn't the minimum.
4.9 million.
See, I think at that number, he has value as a backup center in the right situation. You're right. The Clippers might be the best spot. They are talking about Nerlens Noel kind of backups behind Zubats and some extra size there. They just feel shorthanded on the front line. They should feel shorthanded about their 2-star players playing, but that's a whole different issue.
Yes.
But that is one of the things that and backup point guard are like spots they're really looking right now. And Dedmon might be a fit there. Like I actually think you bring him in and maybe he's more comfortable it's a very different culture than the Heat run. The Clippers are much more for people out east, the Nets like player friendly. They are trying to contrast themselves that way with other franchises. They want to be seen as a very player friendly organization. And so you get a lot. I don't want to say you don't get any pushback or any of that, but it's not as structured as the Heat.
What was your thought on the reaction around the league for Dedmon's suspension? Is that just a player having a moment and let's just move on? Or is that this guy is trouble? Have you sensed any feedback on what you've read, what you've aggregated, the people you've talked to out there with Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com?
No, I think it was seen as more, he's like an emotional guy. So you are getting an emotional guy who's a little more prone to that than maybe some others. But I don't think there was this, oh my gosh, he is untouchable. He's a cancer, stay away type of warning off of him from that incident.
I think it was more seen as a moment that the Heat dealt with. And so I think again, for a backup center, teams, unless it gets, I don't want to say they won't bring him in because of reputational problems to Marcus Cousins, but like, I think it's less of an issue. Like, you have to be a real problem before they won't go there.
And I agree. And again, you've seen the limitations of the Lakers had a tryout last week. They brought in DeMarcus Cousins. They brought in Myers Leonard. They don't know how long Anthony Davis is going to be out to cover themselves. So that's the level the league is looking at anyway, basically on that level of contract, a minimal, if not minimum contract. The other player who became trade eligible Sunday is Victor Oladipo. And I really want to step back here as I lean back on camera and throw this to you, Kurt, is this. A lot of times you fall in love, we've used that phrase a lot, man, that'll be a Valentine's Day special, but you fall in love with the comeback player and the player who was once something and is pushed back to close to what he was. Victor Oladipo is now 30 years old. He was at one point pretty much teetering the line between star and almost superstar in Indiana.
Yeah.
Then he had the knee and the quadriceps injuries. You're the Miami Heat, you look at Victor Oladipo. Are you looking at him as hey, he's a Heat culture guy, he's a long-term guy, we will re-up him in the offseason if he doesn't pick up his $9 million player option, we'll do something with him? Or do you say, hey, this is a nice story, but we are the team of Adebayo, we are the team of Hero, we are the team of Butler, let's not overstate this. When you look at the Victor Oladipo comeback story from afar, where do you see that settling in right about now?
I think he's more Heat culture. They keep him unless you get a really great offer. And I got a feeling, teams are calling. He's played so well over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that they're getting calls, but those calls are going to be lowball, right? They're going to be vultures circling, hoping to, hey, you're going to give him up, right? Like, you're not going to. I can't imagine the offer is anything near what he has become in terms of importance to this team, which, give you credit, you were calling back in before the season tipped off that he was going to be vital for their bench. He is absolutely vital for their bench.
Yeah.
And I think his value to the Heat is more than anything they can get back in a trade right now.
And I agree. By the way, true Fin fan and everyone else, we'll get to the chat after this break or whatever. I'm going to go a little bit long here for this reason. Okay, so Victor Oladipo has a $9 million player option. I think he opts out because Victor Oladipo always thinks he's worth more than whatever he's making. Turned down a huge deal in Indiana in the $100 million range. Turned down an extension in Houston in the $80 million range. I think he's going to go out and chase. So here's a question that almost sounds insane. Kurt, in the offseason, Gabe Vincent and Victor Oladipo are on the free agency market. Both you're willing to go up to about $12 million or so, but Vic wants more. Let me ask you this, Kurt Heelan. Gabe Vincent at 25, Victor Oladipo at 30. You're willing to offer 1 3-year, $36 million deal. If you're the Miami Heat and Vic says no, do you just take Gabe Vincent or do you push a little more for Victor Oladipo? That's what I'm trying to get a sense of, the push-pull. How much is he really valued?
That's a really good question. And it'd be interesting to see if more than that was out there. With Victor Oladipo, wouldn't you think going forward that somebody might be willing to give him 15, but 15-2, like 230? Right. Because I don't want the years. It's that third year that scares me for a guy who has missed so much time. I would probably just jump at Vincent because I think point guard's such a key position in the league. And if you can have a solid backup point guard who can fill in when needed as a starter, but mostly just give you 20 solid minutes a night, the Tyus Jones of the world, like that is just a tremendous value around the league. And if you can get that at $12 million with the rising cap, that is going to be a steal in a couple of years.
Yeah, no, that's why it's interesting. So again, I'm not saying they're the same player. I'm just saying the machinations sort of get in the way. Yeah. Anyway, I want to get to the Heat on the court because we should discuss that at least for one segment a week. So we'll discuss that on our next segment when Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, Ira Winderman from the Sun Sentinel. We join you on RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint, segment 3, coming up next.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our third segment. If you missed either of the first two, go to any place you can find the podcast for the Big O Show. We talked about Heat trade options in our first segment. We talked about who's tradable for the Miami Heat in our second. Want to take it on the court now. Back with Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Again, this is RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. Kurt, the Heat had a couple of victories last week over the Milwaukee Bucks on Thursday and Saturday. Saturday on national television without Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, Drew Holiday's terrific. He's having an unbelievable season, making some unbelievable shots. You're seeing Brook Lopez and what he can do, why he's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. You know, you don't have to be the most agile big man, but he just gets in the right place at the right time. When you saw the Heat win those two games, did you say to yourself, statement victory? Or do you say to yourself, the modern NBA where no one plays?
More the latter. Look, you got to beat. I think one of the things you have to do if you're going to really be a top six team in the East is beat the teams you're supposed to beat and beat the teams you catch at the right time. And you caught the Bucks at the right time. Like I don't think it's a secret. And you said it earlier, they're not the same team without Giannis. Like without Antetokounmpo, they're okay. I like Brook Lopez. I like Drew Holiday. They're not close to the same team. That whole team is built around their superstar. So you caught them at the right time. Those are nice wins, but they're not statement wins. That's not beating a fully loaded Bucks team on national TV.
The one thing I will say about this, when the Heat were humiliated in the first round of the playoffs 2 years ago against Milwaukee in the first round, and Bam Adebayo kept trying to take the ball either at Brook Lopez or kept missing foul line jumpers, his floater and mid-post game right now, I think, was on display in both of those games, and it showed you the growth in Bam. That little floater, what I think is a bad shot from the dotted line. If you become great at anything, it's not a bad shot. It's like the Tim Duncan bank shot. No one shoots that. Why would you shoot that? That's not a good shot. No, that was his shot and was a great shot because he perfected it. I think Bam took a step forward against Brook Lopez, where if they're going to play a drop coverage, he could step up. He could score against that. So I think that was a step forward for him in those games. I think Jimmy Butler just getting to the foul line and showing how he can be dominant in that matchup. He was terrible 2 years ago in the playoffs. Remember when he said, we're number 6 seed, but I'm going to be super, super great in the playoffs? And then they were swept out, and it was humiliating to him in the first round. So I think there were some minor statements made there. Just like you said, there's still 2 games coming up in Milwaukee later this season. Those will be more statement games, so I can totally understand that. Then I want to get into the sort of the NBA culture of the afternoon game. He'd go to Atlanta for an MLK afternoon game. You lose your shoot around because if a game starts 6 or earlier, teams generally don't go to the arena, take the bus all the way back, go back in traffic. So it's a little different there. We know that he'd love to have shoot arounds. We know that he'd love to practice. A little different from them. And Kurt, I want to get into this, that he'd lost that game out in LA as the weak stepchild. The Clippers have played those god-awful noon games at what used to be Staples Center, now Crypto.com, for years. And I remember even when Doc Rivers would go in there, and he'd lament how the Lakers were always a 7:30 game, and the Clippers had that noon Sunday start, 3 o'clock Eastern, sometimes even against NFL games. And that's among the reasons why the Clippers are getting their own arena now out in Inglewood and going out on their own so they can get the better days. Kurt, you've been to a bunch of those games, and as you know, when you have a noon start or an earlier start, you're talking to the coaches at 10:30 in the morning. It just doesn't seem basketball-like. Tell people sort of out there about how it just seems like a different mindset from players, especially road players, when you play an afternoon game.
Players are creatures of habit. They want their game day routines to largely be the same, where they go to a shoot around or don't, depending. More and more teams aren't doing them. I know the Heat do them. You come back, you get a meal, you get your nap, you go back, you have a whole pregame stretching routine. When you mess with that, when it's roll out, hey, my alarm went off because I had to roll out of bed to go get to the arena early enough to get into my pregame routine. It just, guys are notoriously, and I don't mean, sometimes there's South Beach flu or wherever we're going to call it. There's sometimes some of that, but mostly it's just once guys are out of their routine, they're not comfortable, and you get poor shooting performances, slow rotations. Guys are just not mentally clicking for those games anymore. They're just not used to it, and it throws them. Once players are out of their routine, it's you get some really ugly, especially like first 3 quarters of those games.
Right. And again, you have a lot of early games in the playoffs, but you have that playoff feel. It's different that you realize it's the moment. You're living for that. It just seems during the season, the clock is off. Look, I'm not excusing the Heat falling behind by 26 points in the first half. It was a dreadful performance. I also think, matter of fact, I'm going to say something here. I'm going to track this a little further during the season. I am not so sure that 4 games over 500 is not necessarily the high watermark for this Miami Heat team this season. I'm not so sure that that's not who they are, that they're not a team that might finish 43 and 39, 44 and 38. I think that's sort of what they've shown what they are. Matter of fact, I'll even do this with you, Kurt. We'll come back next week on our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint and talk about it. If I were to say to you, Miami Heat final record, 44 and 38, giving them 6 games over 500, which they've never been yet this season, do you think I'm underselling the Heat? Do you think I'm on course, or do you think I'm overselling?
No, I think you're on course. When you started bouncing around that, and I didn't look up really quick and look up some of the projected numbers that are out there at 538 or whatever. Right. I don't have time to do it right now. But like my first instinct was 45 wins. All right. 44 is like in that ballpark, right? Like I think that's where they can land. And that gets you hopefully to the 6th seed. You're probably battling the Knicks for that spot. But like
and maybe
that's
maybe
about the range.
Indiana also.
Yeah, we tend to leave them out sometimes. I forget about Rick Carlisle doing a good job. But you're in that ballpark. I think that's just kind of where they are right now. I don't think they're one of those 50-win teams.
No. So I just see, I see that sort of a sense of who they are. Typically in our shows, we talk about the upcoming schedule at the end, but the Heat have an unusual schedule because they're going to be playing the New Orleans Pelicans twice in the next 6 days or so. They have them tonight in New Orleans, an 8 p.m. Eastern start. They then play them back at what used to be FTX Arena, is now Miami-Dade Arena. by Sunday might be someone else's arena on a 3:30 start against the NFL games on Sunday. You talk about a tale of two teams. When the Pelicans are healthy and Zion Williamson is playing, and they have and Ingram is playing, and they have their team together, they're a completely different team than they are right now in scramble mode, just trying to be who they are. The top Pelicans players are out tonight. Based on what I'm hearing about Zion's schedule, I assume he'll be out Sunday also. Kurt, you've seen this. You watch a lot of Western Conference basketball. The Pelicans, with and without, really are two different teams, although I think there's been a great coaching job there by Willie Green that's kept them competitive. Sort of fill people in from a Western Conference perspective on what we might expect the next two games, Heat against the Pelicans on both tonight and on Sunday.
Yeah, I gave Willie Green my midseason Coach of the Year award because of how he's dealt with the injuries, and he got this team to defend. And going into the season, we're like, man, they're going to put up points, but they're not going to stop. And they're top 10 defense. They're actually playing well. They're using Valanciunas well. They're not a pushover. They are a surprisingly deep team. They will run the offense through CJ McCollum, but they've got kind of shooters and guys making plays all over the floor. And it's a little Heat-like. They're just deep, and guys keep stepping up, and you're like, where did that guy?
Yes.
They've been
Alvarado, Jones, guys like that. Almost like the Heat of mining the later draft choices and getting something special out of them.
They've done, David Griffin has who built those Cavalier teams, has done a really fantastic job down there building a deep roster that's dangerous when they get healthy. I think they're a year or two away from contending, but I think that could be in their future. But right now they're not a pushover. If you go in and think, man, they're without Zion, without Brandon Ingram, we got them. They will surprise you. They will beat you. They're going to make it tough, but they're also beatable right now.
And to that end, because we won't see him, but he's such a big factor in the overall NBA scheme, I wanted to get your thoughts. I know you've done some pieces on him here at Pro Basketball Talk also. Can we trust Zion Williamson to have a future, to get his injuries in order, for that body type to work in today's NBA, to be this explosive athlete who's built like SpongeBob? Or is he just have the body type that will always have his team on edge? Where's the future for Zion Williamson?
Man, I hope we get more of him. Like, it's hard not to think that this could be another. I'm trying to think of the right comp, and I don't want to use Brandon Roy because his was so high and then faded so fast. But something more akin to that, where the injuries keep him from ever reaching consistently, maybe Anthony Davis, consistently reaching the level you can see at stretches from him where you're like, holy cow, there's nobody like him in the NBA. Right. He's unstoppable. He is not just a highlight factory, but there's just nobody who plays with that kind of bowling ball inside unstoppable force anymore. But I worry. Because I enjoy watching him so much, it's just disappointing that I think that I fear that isn't he ultimately, Ira, going to be a guy where you're like, hey, we got 60 games out of him this year. It was a good year. Like, I just think that's who he is.
You know what? That's a perfect segue. And I want to go off on a tangent here because Stan Van Gundy tweeted something earlier this week, and he posted on his Twitter, when I started in the NBA, there was one trainer, one team physician. We had brutal travel. We had back-to-backs at the Yin Yang, and guys played all the games. And these days they have, you've seen these training staffs. You know what it's like, Kurt. You go out before a game. Most NBA teams probably have, Kurt, am I exaggerating here, as many trainers as players?
That might be a little high, but there's probably at least 6 per team.
It just seems like it. And ancillary people also, you see them on the court. Everyone's stretching their own individual player. You have all of that. It almost seems like today's expectation of the NBA player is, it's almost a pick and choose. Here's the 82-game schedule. Here's the 60 games I'm playing right now. So you turned on a national TV last night. You don't see Giannis. You don't see Giannis on Saturday when they were playing the Heat. It's almost the expectation. Tonight, no Zion Williamson. Is there something fundamentally wrong that it's accepted, like Kurt Heelan just said, that we're just at a point right now that you say, I'm going to see Durant for 60 games. I'm going to see Kyrie for 60 games. I'm going to see Anthony Davis for 50 games. I'm going to see Jimmy for 60, and that's just the way it is, that 1 out of every 4 games, you won't see an NBA star. And I want you to answer that, and I'm going to follow it up with one other point.
It's funny. The Lakers had a back-to-back And we were watching the first game of this weekend win, and we're discussing, hey, is LeBron going to play against the Rockets after having to play what was a physical, tough game against Philadelphia?
Right.
And I think, honestly, if the Lakers had won that first game, it hadn't had the ending and they had lost, I think he would have taken the game off. I think the fact that they lost and they lost 3 in a row pushed him to admittedly come back. I think that's where a lot of players are. They are looking for their rest. They are looking for those spots. They are listening to their personal trainers and the guys the agents hire for them as their as trainers more than the team. And again, we've discussed this, IRA. It just, all it says to you and me and everybody on the chat board and everybody watching is regular season, whatever.
That's the exact next point I wanted to go to. I was talking to our columnist of the Sun Sentinel, Dave Hyde, about this, and he was saying, we always talk about down here that NBA season doesn't start till NFL season is over. Unlike in LA, when they don't give a crap about their NFL teams, it's a little bit different when they're more baseball oriented. But here, Dolphins season's over. Pat Riley even told us when he first got here, he would sit on the podium there, and whenever the Dolphins were done, he'd sort of lean forward and going, okay, now it starts. He understood the market when he got here. Don Shula was still here. He understood Don Shula's presence was still here, rather. He understood what it was. So we get into this point now, and Dave Hyde is asking me, our columnist of the Sun Sentinel, what's going on with the Heat? And then we got into this factor of this. Now that 20 of 30 NBA teams play beyond the end of the regular season with the play-in tournament, Kurt Heelan, and this is the reason we began our first 2 segments today of RedRecover.com, talking inside the paint show, talking about transactions, and now it's become more of a transaction league. Kurt Heelan, does the NBA regular season matter anymore?
Yeah, but not enough to make the league office happy. Not enough to make. I don't think the broadcast partners. I think that this is ultimately the league's issue. And by the way, Adam Silver, if you're listening, midseason tournament is not the answer to this problem.
Oh, we got a new banner. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but I think that is his attempt to deal with what we're talking about, which is because there are so many games, because there are 82. The value of each game is just not that intense. And I'm not sure, by the way, how much it'd be interesting. It'd be an interesting thought experiment if you cut it back to 60. How much does that change? How much does the scarcity argument change things? But that's just a thought experiment because I'm not sure you and I are ever going to see that, Ira. So I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but each individual game just doesn't matter like it used to, and guys are just not concerned about it.
And that's why we wind up talking about transactions here. Only got a couple of minutes left on the show. Tomorrow, the NBA All-Star voting third round is going to come out. What's been interesting down here from our perspective is top 10 Eastern Conference front court players are listed. The league doesn't give votes beyond the top 10 on the initial fan balloting, counts 50% towards starters. Jimmy Butler's been 5th. No issue with that whatsoever. I think it's clear cut in the East when you have Durant, when you have Giannis, when you have Embiid, when you have Tatum, that one of those 4 is not going to start. They all deserve it. No issue. Bam Adebayo not in the top 10 at all. Does this league and does this fan base in the NBA undersell Bam Adebayo? Or when you do all the little things, is that not what fans are looking for?
Yeah, I could say, I think sometimes because I think the coaches will we discussed this. I think the coaches put him in because they appreciate the not sexy things he does. But hey, playing good defense and hitting floaters from the dotted circle, it's not getting you on the high. You know what it gets you? You know what he gets? He doesn't get any highlights on SportsCenter. He gets hey, Bam Adebayo had a nice game with 18.
Right. And a 20 and 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
So quick question on that voting, because again, I always turn to Kurt Heelan first instead of John Hollinger. John Hollinger says Miles Turner deserves it over Bam Adebayo. I'm putting on the spot right now, Kurt, as we run out of time. Could you buy into that? That some people, because of Indiana's record, if it's better at the time, might vote in the coach's Miles Turner over Bam Adebayo.
Also, Miles Turner's having a really nice year. Like, I don't want to take anything away. He's having his best career on a team that's winning games, and he's blocking a lot. He's doing the sex. He blocks a lot of shots. So
Julius Randle over Bam Adebayo.
Look, he's come on of late. So that really sometimes sticks in coaches' minds, but I wouldn't. I don't think. I think there's. By the way, I think there might be room for Turner and Adebayo. We'll see. I'll tell you. By Friday, I have to put up my list. I have one of those media votes for this. I have the media votes for the starters. So I got to make that horrible Tatum versus Embiid decision, but
it's tough with Durant in there, or Durant missing the time with the injuries.
Yeah.
Last question here before I let you go on this week's RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. We talked about New Orleans, the Heat of Dallas on Friday. The Mavericks, an MVP candidate, supporting cast not as good. How do you look at Heat Dallas on Friday? National TV.
Watch the role players. If the role players are hitting shots, they're almost impossible to beat. Otherwise, it's the world against Doncic. He's going to put up numbers, but you can beat him.
Caleb Martin, defensive special. We shall see. Bam Adebayo out on the switches. We'll talk about that all next week on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, welcome back, and we are ready to rock and roll. We thank, of course, Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan getting it done with our Red Recover Inside the Paint Show. And again, folks, they got one hell of a deal going on right now, 50% off all the wraps. So if you're dealing with shoulder pain or neck pain or back pain or knee pain, or you want to optimize your workouts, go to redrecover.com. If normally you work out and you get some knee soreness, well, you use the wrap before the workout and after the workout, and you're going to notice how you're going to have less knee soreness and less discomfort, especially if you have old injuries or wear and tear or a surgery, those kind of things. The Red Recover wraps are just absolutely amazing. You've heard it from some of our listeners there on the chat board, whether it's for their dogs or themselves. They notice the difference within days. They start noticing the difference, and as you continue to use it, it just betters your life. So go to redrecover.com. We even have the wraps for the dogs. So, if for their hips, as some dogs have issues with hips. Even one of our listeners has a little Yorkie that had 2 broken legs, and they inserted rods in there, and so unfortunately he would have discomfort. Since he's been using the Red Recover wraps now, the dog's a little happier, moving around more and comfortable. And those of us that own dogs, man, your dog is happy, you're happy, because you know how it is with dogs. They like repay you 10 times over. Actually, that's what my wife and I, we were talking about that yesterday, that it's like it's amazing how you give them love and then they give it to you 10 times back. Dogs are pretty damn special, man. They are pretty freaking awesome. And so Red Recover's a way of you taking care of them too. They're at redrecover.com. So go there, check out all the videos, the video blogs, and take advantage. Samuel Robina says, Big O, Inter Miami got Joseph Martinez. Huge pickup. Been to several Atlanta United games. This guy, when healthy, is a stud. Yeah. He's a hell of a player. We talked about it with Michelle last week, that Joseph was, everything was kind of setting up for him to come here to Miami. Look, I told you guys, the Moss brothers will figure it out. Okay? It's not going to start off well. Okay, that's fine. But eventually they'll figure it out, because when you're committed to winning, like the Moss family is, you're going to do it. It's like the Arison family. I know Viola and Sifu will figure it out, because they're maniacal about it. And they're those are good owners. Okay. Good owners are going to go through some tough times. It's the Huizenga thing is kind of like, it's a weird dynamic with some fans. And I never understood it, actually, because the fans that weren't happy with Huizenga, I'm wondering, like, what is wrong with you? Well, the Dolphins can't get it. Well, I get that. It sucks that the Dolphins can't get it done. I feel you, but the man tried everything. Bless him, bro. Shula was kind of losing it already at that point, and then, you bring in Jimmy. You thought that was the answer. We all thought it was the answer, and it didn't end up being the answer. And then we all thought, okay, well, then Saban. And Saban was turning down the NFL. And then, then it was Parcells. And you try everything, man. Oh, you need a bubble? There you go. That's what you want from your owners. You want owners that care and want to try to win, at least. Everything you try isn't necessarily going to work, right? And I get you have to have the magic of finding that right person. Like when Mickey took over, he just was fortunate enough that he was able to get Riley away from the Knicks, and the rest is history. So you've never had to worry about the franchise again, because it's under great hands. Just wish you would give Riley a little bit more resources, but whatever. That's another conversation, Mickey. But anyway, it's just one of those things where you want an owner at least to try. You know what I'm saying? And Moss, the Moss family, I know it hasn't started off well, and I know they made all those mistakes and got fined and all that crap. But I think this is the last year of their limitations with their salary. But okay, they'll figure it out. They made their mistakes. They'll overcome it. Those guys are going to win. They're going to build a beautiful arena in Miami. They're going to bring the best talent that they possibly can bring. Sometimes you're going to end up with what was the French guy that they had here that was a disaster. That, like, it was a ridiculous thing to get him as a DP. Pizarro's been a disappointment as a DP. But eventually they'll figure it out, and they'll get the right DPs, and this team will be one of the better teams in the MLS. I am not even concerned about that. There's going to be some really, really fun times for those of us that like soccer. Okay, for those of us that have been following it and love it, and I especially, I'm a big fan of American soccer, and I want it to succeed. And I've always been a big supporter of anything and everything locally down here. And so I'm looking forward to it. So I'm glad that they got Joseph. Not surprised at all, because that's what the Moss brothers are going to do. And those of us that enjoy it, we're going to benefit from it down the line. And I think eventually we'll get some of you on the bandwagon, because that's how we do it in this town. So it'll all be good, man. I'm not worried, but I'm with you, Samuel. Good move. We need a good season. We need to see if they can go farther into the playoffs. That would be really, really nice. Let's see, what else do we have going on the chat board? I see Lisa Rose is in. Happy Hump Day. 236 days until the 2023 season. Well, before you know it, it'll be here, man. Too Extreme is in. Big O, I have to say, now after the red recover for over a month now, I haven't noticed a change in recover from just soreness from working out. Oh, it's not you're not going to recover from it's not soreness from working out, my brother. It's an injury that causes the soreness from the workout. It's a surgery from that the workout. Your soreness in workout is normal to Extreme. That's normal. You're supposed to have soreness. The idea is the soreness because you have an old shoulder injury and you're doing all the benching, and then that's supposed to help an old injury, an old surgery is what it is. And it is to help you optimize your workouts and to, get the blood flow going and all that kind of stuff. So that's what it is. It helps you to optimize, but it's not going to limit your soreness on that. It's supposed to limit your soreness for pain, real injuries and surgeries and things like that we have all dealt with, or certain wear and tear that, my wife has she's beaten up her shoulder. Actually, the doc told her, and so the Red Recover is helping her to alleviate that soreness. But your typical workout soreness is not going to get, that's normal. That's what you do. You go outside and go paint the fence. You paint the fence. You haven't painted fences in forever. You're gonna have typical soreness from it. You know what I mean? That's always normal. What's it called? Poindexter says, I voted for Jose Mas as president of our senior class at Columbus High School. Of course he won. Class of 89. True Fin Fan says, Wayne was one hell of an owner, in my opinion. He tried everything to win here. Did it with the Marlins and put all his efforts to do the same with the Dolphins. He did. And the hockey team. He tried, dude. He tried. Alex says, good morning. All I might find myself more at Inter Miami games than Marlins games. Oh, yeah, of course. Way more entertaining. The Marlins, unfortunately, it's just they don't try. That's what I just told you about Mas. I don't care how it started. I was there. I watched it. But I knew that eventually, as much as it was a disaster early on, they'll figure it out, man. They've been successful in everything else they do. This is a new venture for them. They've got to live and learn. You got to make your mistakes like every one of us do in life. I knew the Moss family would figure this thing out, and eventually they'll kick ass, and just like the Arison family will always do something, they'll always be first class, and they'll do the best. They'll try to do their best, most of our ownership groups here in South Florida are pretty good ownership groups, man. Stephen Ross is a complete goofball. He doesn't know shit about sports, but at least he will write the check. That I'll give him. I just wish he would stay out of the way. Just write the check, hire the people, let them either have success or failures. But the last thing that Stephen Ross should ever do is meddle, because he doesn't know enough. The real problem sometimes that happens in a lot of these situations is that these people don't have somebody that can actually tell them, because they're usually surrounded by yes men or women. And that's why. So nobody tells the owner, hey, that's not a good idea. Don't do that. Why? Because they won't have a job. You know what I mean? But Stephen Ross, listen, I'll do it for free, my brother. Okay? There are plenty of people in that building have my cell number. You can ask for my cell number, and you can call me. I'll sign a, what's that called? A confidentiality agreement with you. Okay? You just ask me, and I'll tell you brutally honest. I'll tell you, Steven, don't do that. That's some stupid shit. Just like that. I'll tell you straight up. I'll treat you like a buddy. Okay? Because that's what I'll do with my friends. I'll be bluntly honest. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You know, because that's what you're supposed to do with your friends. You're not supposed to feed them oh yeah, no, everything's fine. Oh yeah, no, you got it right. Yeah, sure. No, yeah, way to help your friend fail. No. So Steven, if you want, you can call me. And I'll tell you. Yeah, go for it. No. Stay away. So that's all. And you will be at Inter Miami games over. I mean, to go to a Marlins game over an Inter game is absolutely asinine. You know what I mean? Well, you know what? I can't say that. If Sandy's pitching, that is fun to watch. That is fun to watch. Watching Sandy pitch, that is worth the price of the entrance. Okay. The rest of the team isn't. But yeah, I'm with you. Knight says, Big O, how bad injuries have been and compiled with how X has performed. Do you think they might keep Byron? Greer didn't seem like he was. Knight, don't believe anything that went on in the press conference. None of that. They just fed us bullshit. Mike McDaniel does this all the time. He gives you intelligent bullshit. And Chris Greer is not going to sell his cards. Yeah, Bo Byron did everything he could. Brother, I'm telling you, have I not told you what's been going on behind the scenes? The guy's barely ever there. He's really particular about how he takes the field, and he's got to be 100%. And if something's tweaked here or there, he doesn't want to be there and all that. You know, now it's coming out and people are talking about, oh, he wasn't around. I've been telling you he hasn't been around. Okay? They put it this way. If Chris Greer could put his foot in the center of Byron Jones' ass and launch him into the moon, he would. Is that clear enough for you? Byron Jones is gone. History. Everybody in that building does not want his ass around. Okay? The way they look at it, they're not going to tell you, but I'll tell you. He screwed them. See, this is the problem in our world. You know, you got to be able to read through the trees. And a lot of people don't read through the trees, and you start to believe what's on the surface. And what's on the surface has to be done this way. If he trashes the shit out of Byron Jones in front of everybody, that doesn't bode well for other free agents or the agents. So they're going to say, oh, well, look, this guy screwed the team and everything, and they didn't trash him. They took the high road, and everybody knows behind the scene what happened, but they didn't trash the player. They rose above it. So they're going to look at that as a positive on the outside. Okay? So it's, you know, this isn't going to be an organization that's going to be fighting with you publicly. No, they'll handle their business behind the scenes. They'll tell you all this, and then they won't say, and then their actions will speak. Oh, Noah Igbenogany's working hard. Mother effer doesn't play, right? They already told you what they think about him. Everybody else played in front of his sorry ass. They can tell you all they want. They can tell you, oh, I know he's a good kid. He's working hard. You know, he's trying to get through it. You know, he's showing us stuff in practice. Well, why don't you play his ass? Just go by what they tell you, not by what they do, not by what they tell you, is what you have to do. There's a lot of stuff that went on, and they're going to handle it differently publicly than they are privately, you know? And so he's gone. X will be here one more year. I already told you guys what had to happen with X, but I'm the only one that has the balls to actually say it and do it, and you should have traded X. Nothing was going to change. It was still going to be the same player. you're going to have all the same issues. The only thing that hasn't happened lately now is the money stuff. But apparently he still has some of the off the field stuff. And then he's had the injuries. And that's kind of been his whole thing throughout. And you were right in the peak of all peaks when you could have traded him for a lot at that moment. Now you're stuck with him, and you're stuck with him for one more year. But the good thing is that X will be super motivated next year because he knows he is going to either get cut or he'll have a chance to stay here because he had such a great year and all that kind of stuff. And they'll hold on to him for another year or something. Not give him extra money or anything, just hold on to him another year. And he could get the salary that he's set to make that year, which will be more than what he will get in the open market if he's cut by the Dolphins. These are the things that are going to happen next year. But Byron Jones is gone. Gone. I'm telling you, gone. There'll be no, we want you back and all. After what happened this year, there is no way they bring him back. Okay? They are as frustrated as it gets with them in that building. They won't tell you that, but I'll tell you that. Big O, paint the fence. That was a good Karate Kid reference. Informal, but good. The Marlins ownership doesn't want to open the wallet. I don't know if they have a wallet. Not exactly sure. Let's see. Richard says, Big O, you talked to Bill's sister Dawn the other day, and I forgot that Bill's dad coached me in youth football for Highly Optimist. Small world. Great man. Yes. Yeah, I haven't talked to Don in a long time. What's it called? Yeah, the dad coached for a long time at Optimus. Long time. The dad is that is one tough hombre, bro. He used to work those cranes, like for those cranes that are like skyscraper cranes. That man is out of his mind. That's some balls, bro. Oh man. Oh, he earned every bit of his money in his lifetime. Wow. Kitara Ravitch is smoking hot. Okay. I'll bite. Kitara Ravitch. Okay, let's see. How do you spell it? Okay, Kitara Ravitch. Let's see who Kitara Ravitch is. What the hell is that? Nothing comes up. Well, I spelled it just like you did there, and yeah, I'm not airing that. Anyway, Big O, what should the Dolphins do this offseason? I'm thinking we run it back, just upgraded linebacker and OL. Yeah, I mean, that's most of what you're saying will be true. They'll run back most of it, and they will. I would imagine that they're going to be looking for some middle linebacker help. That's for sure, and probably some O-line help. That would make sense. A running back too. I'd like a bigger back. That's what I'd like. Patricia says, Big O, hello to the chat. What do you think of E. Robert and Jay Baker? Do you see them with the team next year? I'd like to upgrade, is what I'd like to do. Baker is one of those guys that might be better if the rest of the defense was complete. I think so, but we'll see. That's an interesting one right there. J-Town says, should have plenty of time for Nick and Trill to heal up. Good depth, probably need one more lockdown corner with B. Jones hitting the road. Well, Cater should start. Needham should be your slot. Trill will be your depth. So you probably do need to add one more guy. And you got to find you can try, but you need to find kind of a safety that you're comfortable with that can back up, Brandon Jones and do some of those things. It's hard to find a guy that's going to be, his equal or anything like that, but you'd like to find a young guy that you can kind of groom and do some of those things, because there's always a drop off after you get to those top two guys. You probably need a better backup safety, I think, also on the team. Just luck, man. How about luck for the Miami Dolphins? That's what I would like. Just a little luck for the Dolphins, man. By the way, let me see what we got going on in the world of crypto. What's the latest? I know that they were up a little bit. Yeah, about a half a point right now. What's it called? Twitter. Bitcoin, and up 23% in the last week, which is a beautiful thing. Oh, it's up about a 0.5%, 0.62 right now. Not bad. Ethereum's also a little over 0.5% too, up. So I like that. Keeps trending upwards. Very, very good. And if the Feds now come out and lower, only raise the rates by maybe 0.5 point or maybe 1/4 point, that would be, especially 1/4 point, that would be very, very bullish for the market and everybody that invests. What else do we see here? The party's over says we need Micah Parsons, one-man defense type guy is phenomenal. Yeah, well, that's nice. You've got a one-man guy in Christian Wilkins, and you got another one in Javon Holland, and so you've drafted some of your own. And I think Phillips is turning into a hell of a player. I really think the way I'm watching Jalen Phillips right now, I am getting really excited as a Miami Dolphins fan, because to me, I'm watching a young man kind of put it all together mentally and physically. And he's becoming very, dare I say it, JT-ish. Okay, this is only his second season that he just went through. And if you watch him, the motor is relentless. The talent is oozing. The athleticism is explosive. And the strength is building. And let me tell you something. One thing I like about Jalen Phillips over Jason Taylor. Okay? Slow down now. Relax. The frame. You watch the frame. He has more frame than JT early in his career to build that muscle and have more power. Okay? I'm watching him now push tackles back. And these are things that JT did not do till probably more till year 3 and 4 because he had a skinnier frame. And so he had to build up that kind of strength. Jalen Phillips is already has that strength. That's the freakish thing about Jalen Phillips, that he brings that JT-like athleticism, but yet probably brings a little bit more power to the position from the early stages of his career. So that gives him a little advantage over JT. Remember, JT wore down the first couple of years, and he got nicked up a little bit. He might have missed a couple games and everything because he was getting beat up. Teams were running at him, and he had to that's why he had to build up his body a little bit more and get stronger, because he never really got that much thicker, because that's not in his DNA. That's not who he is. But if you look at Jalen Phillips, he's already got naturally a thicker frame as it is, which I think benefits him over JT early on in his career, where he might be a little better against the run and he might have more power at the line of scrimmage and the point of attack. So I think it's really, really important. I think we're on the brink of watching Jalen Phillips next year step in to the Javon Holland and Christian Wilkins category of dominant players on the Miami Dolphins defense. Okay. I'll go out on a limb and tell you that he will have 10 plus sacks next year. I think he's the kind of guy that is going to, in the end, be a defensive player of the year type of candidate. This guy's going to be special, man. You just see the trajectory, you see the character, you see the work ethic, and then the God-given ability is there. You know what I mean? You see that with a lot of guys. The Lord blessed them with this ability, and then he hands it to you, and then it's up to you what you do with it. And I see a guy that is just polishing up that coal, and it's turning into a diamond. And next year, I think it becomes just an absolute diamond for the Dolphins, and he becomes a monster. Okay. And I'm excited for Kohu next year, because you showed me this much as a Division II player. Now you're going to have an entire offseason. You've already got the frame. Division II player with the frame already. I can't wait to see how Kohu comes back. He comes back bigger, probably slightly. He comes back with a world of experience, and he has all the ability to play on the outside. And physical, man. Love it. There's some guys that I'm looking forward to next year taking that step. And those are two guys. Brandon Jones, another guy. I can't wait for him to come back, because he was already growing into his position and showing us that he could cover. Some of that was his weakness. We loved him against the run. We loved him blitzing, those kind of things. But then the weak part of his game was in the coverage, and he was overcoming that this year. He was just like rounding out into a complete player. So there are some guys out there that are young and could become even more impactful for this Miami Dolphins team. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to next year. I'm not going to allow anybody to just be so. And I get it. Look, negativity sells. Okay, I get it. It's easier to complain and point fingers and bitch, and you'll get a crap ton of people on board with you and all that kind of stuff, because that's the lazy thing to do. That's the easy thing to do. You know what I mean? But I think the Dolphin fan has way more to look forward to nowadays than they have in the past. It's just, I still look at this season like there was a lot of bad luck. I think a lot of the stuff was just out of their control. And hopefully next year, some luck changes. And if it does, I think they can have themselves one hell of a season. And they could go out there and make a couple moves and fill some of the needs that they have. They don't have a boatload of needs. What they need is more luck than anything else, because they were just ravaged by injuries, man. This is a season like I haven't seen in a long time. And really, even in other seasons that you might have had some injuries, those teams really didn't have a crap ton of potential. This one does. Anyway, I do want to remind you, Sloman's Home Shield. We love talking about Sloman's. And for those of you that are up in the north and you know what you pay in heating oil, how about that? What if I tell you can save money? What if I tell you can save hundreds? Wouldn't you want to save hundreds? Right? Isn't that what it's all about right now? Trying to find places where you can cut corners. Well, let me tell you something. If you're in California, where they've been dealing with some cold weather in certain areas, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Virginia, Georgia, they also service Florida, but I don't think we spend a lot of money on heating oil. But in the northern states, call 1-866-OIL-DEAL. You know what you pay a month, right? Well, they've got fixed prices to save you hundreds. All you got to do now is find out, hey, listen, this is what I pay. What would I pay with you? And then that's it. That's where the phone call ends. That's it. And you're going to find out that you're going to end up saving. And you're going to say, well, wait a minute. Let me make the switch. So call my friends at Sloman's. And if you're looking for heating oil and you're looking to save money, 1-866-OIL-DEAL. 866-OIL-DEAL. Call Sloman's. They've been protecting Americans for over 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. If you're looking for a new alarm system, how about this? I'll give you a free doorbell camera. All you got to do is tell them that you're a Big O listener. And when you use our central station monitoring and our professional installation, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. You're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. What are you waiting for, folks? Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME, and tell them you heard it right here on the Big O Radio Show. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Do we re-sign Van Ginkel? I would. I would re-sign Wilkins, Sealer, and Van Ginkel. Yes. Yes, definitely. And I'd look to create a bigger role for Van Ginkel. He's got a knack for making plays, and that to me is, it's priceless. So it is what it is. I love this. Vince Carlos says, I don't trust Greer to take us over the top. No, I know. I know what happened if everybody stays healthy. Yeah, I know. They were a Super Bowl caliber team. The quarterback was on trajectory to be an MVP. Right. And you want to replace him with who? Who you want to replace Tua with also? Brother, most of you are just parrots. That's all. You really don't look at what actually is going on. You're just parrots repeating what other people say. And that's all it is. It's just ridiculous. It's all hindsight. At 8-3, everybody was loving everything. Just fell apart, man. You had every injury that could. Austin Jackson's never been injury prone. All of a sudden this year, the guy becomes injury prone. Now, I don't know if he was going to turn the corner, but he was actually looking pretty good in preseason. And obviously a high ankle injury, that crap takes you completely out of your game. Brandon Jones, not injury prone, but there he goes. What are you going to do? Shit happens. And it just try. Tua's not been a concussion prone guy. It was this year where it happened, and all of a sudden now it's concussions for the rest of his career, which that's, you don't really know that. It may never happen to him again. And then again, it may happen 4 more times, which I hope it doesn't, but whatever, man. It's all where you're in the moment. And okay, you don't trust the guy to get you over the top. So they were completely depleted with a 7th round quarterback. If the effing head coach has his head screwed on right, they beat Buffalo with the depleted roster. Okay. Whatever, man. It's just however you want to look at it. Knock yourselves out. Daniel Barrios, thank you for the super chat. Big O, is it a Cuban thing or is it just my crazy fam and their friends that they were huge Dolphin fans, but also a big Cowboys fan? No, not really. I knew a Cowboy fan or two when we were kids. No, I wouldn't say that. I think the Cowboy thing, obviously with Jimmy in the 90s, that brought up a whole new set of Cowboy fans. You know what I mean? But they've always been that team since they're on TV and all that kind of stuff. People gravitate to them. That's all. Remember, by the way, you can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show. And we mention it because we get 100% of the donation there. Here, you can do it on Cash here on YouTube, and we don't have a problem, but they take 30%. So that's why we always mention it. Big O, why does the NFL not allow coaches to request a measurement when the football is close to the first down marker? I think it would have helped McDaniel when we got that delay. I think, Frankie, it all depends on the part of the game, I want to say. I think that's an issue sometimes. I think it all depends when you can or cannot challenge it, I think. I forgot how it goes, but I think it all depends. Because I think if you're inside the 2 minutes or something, or I forgot how it goes. Or maybe if you're out of timeouts or something. And I know somebody that doesn't really like to, stash their timeouts and save them for like important moments. Big O, what should the Dolphins do this offseason? I'm thinking we run it back. Oh, I already answered that one. Remember, Big O, I asked you about it. If you knew we were getting in line so late all season. Oh, well, he's been a disaster. I mean, the coach has to fix a lot of stuff when it comes to the organization of his in-game preparations. That he was, and we mentioned it for weeks, that his in-game coaching has been just mediocre. He's got to get better. He's got to get way more organized. Daniel Barrios again with a super chat. He says, do you have a second team you root for or just pure Dolphins? Nope, no second team. The only reason I don't have a second team for the Dolphins, it's because I'm born and raised in South Florida. Okay? And so, right here, you see I'm a Mike Schmidt guy. And why? Because I was a Phillies guy before we had the Marlins. That was my team. I have a Dr. J poster. It's about 6 foot tall. And he's he's skying, right? I was a Sixers fan before I was a Heat fan. I was a Flyers fan before I was a Panthers fan because I didn't have those teams here. So Philly, my dad used to be a trucker, and he owned a trucking company, and he would buy trucks up in Philadelphia and Dover and certain areas where he would go to auctions, and he'd bring them down where they were just a cab and the flatbed, and then he would build them here as dump trucks and then send them down to Panama. And back in the 70s, Panama started building banks in every corner of their downtown. If you ever go to Panama and you go down to Panama City, and you'll see there, I know normally everybody just goes to visit the Panama Canal, but if you actually go into the downtown area, there were so many banks because they were washing people's money all over the world in that place. So they were building so many banks, they needed a lot of trucks down there for construction. And my dad got the whole thing where he kept sending trucks down there and trucks down there, all that kind of stuff. So I went to Philadelphia a lot with him to buy trucks and the auctions and all that stuff. And we'd bring 2, 3, 4 trucks at a time down, and they'd be stacked on top of each other. I remember getting broken down several times on the way down. And those were always interesting times. But anyway, so that's how I became a Philly fan, because I went to Philadelphia so much when I was a kid with my dad that was kind of the teams that I inherited. So I became a Mike Schmidt guy and all the Phillies. I became a Dr. J guy with all the Phillies and obviously the Broadway Bullies and everything else. So the Flyers and all that good stuff. And that's it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And then once I got my Marlins, I dropped my Phillies. And once I got my Heat, I dropped my Sixers. And once I got my Panthers, I dropped my Flyers. And that's it. Now, do I have a little love for those teams? Yeah, I do. I'll admit, if the Heat aren't involved or the Flyers, are there and the Panthers aren't, there might be a little part of me that's kind of rooting for them because I rooted for them throughout my entire childhood, because the pro teams, the other pro teams in town have only been around half of my adult life. Whereas the Dolphins have been around. They were born, they were born the same year I was, 66. So Dolphins and I grew up together here in South Florida. You know what I mean? So the Dolphins and the Canes and the Strikers, which now it's obviously Inter Miami. That's always, those elements have always been in my blood from the get-go because I was born here, but I didn't have the other pro teams. So I had to kind of inherit some other ones. So instead of picking different teams in different cities, I ended up kind of falling in love with Dr. J and the Flyers and obviously Schmitty and Steve Carlton and Trujillo and all those guys and Boone and everybody else that was on those great Philly teams, back in the day. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So you'll understand when you see a little Philadelphia in my past, you'll know where it's from because I grew up here where I only had really one pro team and one college team and one NASL team. That's it. That's what I had. That's what a lot of us had. And spring training. Oh, damn, Miami Baseball Stadium. It's funny how the Miami Baseball Stadium, for those of us, obviously, a lot of you have no idea. You can only go back and look at the history, and there's an Instagram page that's dedicated to the Miami Baseball Stadium. It's pretty cool. But it's funny how those few weeks every year, right, that the baseball players would come for a little over a month, those memories would last a lifetime. It's pretty amazing where you got to see all the great players come to Miami Baseball Stadium, and then they'd go off to the majors, after spring training. But it was like a thing down here, man. The tickets would go on sale, and the lines were long ass lines because that was our chance to see baseball down here. That was our only chance to see baseball. And we got to see like the real players, which is like really, really cool to see some of the great players down here. That was pretty awesome. Houdahan says, I used to be an Indiana Pacers fan before the Heat with Reggie Miller and Rick Smits, and I was a Mets fan before the Marlins with Mookie and Darryl Strawberry. There you go. A lot of us had to do those kind of things because we didn't have our own teams down here. So we had to kind of inherit other teams as our favorite teams. Dougie Fresh says, since your dad was a trucker, did you ever get into the CB culture and the lingo? Young people have no clue what that is all about. Yes, I did. I had my own, was it Cobra? I want to say I had one in my house. I built an antenna. I put it one of those at Radio Shack. We got one of those antennas, put it outside the house. I had it in my room. A couple of my friends had their own CB radios. And then we would, that was like the internet before the internet. That was social media before social media. That was, I don't know. I don't know what else you want to call it, but yeah, definitely. I had a walkie-talkie back in those days, or all that kind of stuff. Breaker, and depending on what channel you were at, and all that kind of stuff. I remember that. So by the way, I almost think that sometimes everybody should have some kind of a ham radio on the side just in case. It's kind of weird considering the world that we're in, but you just never know. Like that one day you might just go back to that being a form of communication is the crazy part in your world. Frankie Fresco. Yes. Well, I was going to bring it up. Jay Briscoe. I saw the headline, and I was going to bring it up to Sean. Frankie, thank you for the love on the super chat. And let me pull up the story here. I did see it. He passed away in a car crash with a couple of other people. Now, they haven't mentioned the name of the other gentleman, the two guys that were involved, but Jay Briscoe, one of the greatest tag team wrestlers of all time, has passed away at the age of 38. Real name Jamie Pugh. He was killed in a car collision that took place in Laurel, Delaware on Tuesday around 5:30 p.m. A report from the Shore News Beacon states that 2 people were killed in the crash. The others were transported to the hospital in critical condition. The identities of the other people involved haven't been disclosed. Briscoe's death was confirmed by AEW and ROH owner Tony Khan. Khan pledged to do everything he can to support the Briscoe family. Sadly, Jamie Pugh has passed away, known to fans as Jay Briscoe. He was a star in ROH for over 20 years, from the first show until today. Jay and his brother Mark dominated ROH, reigning as champions to this day. We'll do whatever we can to support his family. Rest in peace, Jamie. After starting his in-ring career as a teenager, Briscoe made his name in pro wrestling while teaming up with his brother Mark in ROH. During the 20 years plus, they were the promotions. The Briscoe held the ROH tag team titles 13 times. They had just won the title at the ROH final battle last month, defeating FTR in what was widely considered one of the best matches of 2022. It capped off a trilogy of matches between the teams that took place last year. I've been in tears since I heard the news. FTR's Cash Wheeler tweeted, I just don't have the words. Rest in peace, Jay. Briscoe also had success as single wrestler, holding the ROH World Championship twice. He and Mark were the first wrestlers inducted when ROH launched its first Hall of Fame in 2022. NJPW and Impact Wrestling are among other promotions that the Briscoes previously held tag team titles in. Impact is deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Jay Briscoe. Impact Wrestling tweeted, Jay will always be remembered as a trailblazer who, with his brother Mark, left in the ring every night. We send our sincere condolences to his family, who love beyond words, as well as his friends and family. Sean, your thoughts on the news yesterday when you heard that that Briscoe passed away in a car accident?
Yeah, just heartbreaking. I mean, he's a family man. Anybody that follows him on social media knows, with his kids, they were everything. I know there was 2 juveniles also involved in the car accident. It's just, man, I mean, to me, they were one of the greatest tag teams that would never make it onto live TV because they had no filter. That's why they were who they were. I mean, again, you turn it on and you turn it off, but it is an element of yourself. You know what I mean? When he would give you the shirt off his back, going off of what everybody's saying to the person, that he would be there and give you the shirt off his back and everything else. But when that light, the camera went on, there was no filters for the Briscoes. That's why, I mean, that they're trailblazers because they did it without a big company behind them. They made it, they didn't have a WWE. They went to, I think it was FCW at the time, which was WWE's territory. They were there for not long, and then they realized that we're not going to be able to get these guys up to, where they are. But I mean, to a person, I mean, it's WWE, it's AEW, it's independent wrestlers, it's international wrestlers. To the person, it's executives, it's ring announcers, it's referees, it's performers, it's fans, it's to the T, to the person. They talk about how good of a man he was. Everything else, he's gonna be missed. I mean, 38 years old. That's not that old, man. I mean,
not young, bro. That's super young.
They just had, probably one of the best matches of the year with FTR. They just got back to the ROH titles. ROH just got the streaming deal on their platform, ROH.com or whatever. RH, I forgot what the whole thing is, but to their website, they're going to start streaming weekly shows. I mean, it's at a time where it was going to be a busy time for the Briscoes, and now this happens, and it's one of those things. I mean, I know people were saying yesterday, hug your loved ones and know that it can end in an instant, man.
Yeah, man.
In an instant, and You know, he
talk about it all the time here. I talk about it all the time. It's a blessing every single day, dude. Every single day we're here.
The town he's from, the county he's from is such a small county. He's been there forever. They shut down schools today because of the accident and his death. The schools are shut down for today. They will start back tomorrow. Again, I don't know not a lot of details have come out about everything. So I don't know what more is involved in this, but yeah, once the announcement was made last night, they shut down the schools today.
Wow.
So it's one of those things, and he's always been in the community. And I mean, I think he ran the family runs, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be off here. I think they run like a chicken ranch or something in that area, and it's like a big supplier. And because they always did interviews from there.
They're making money now. They're making money now. You see the price of eggs?
Yeah, it's Sussex County something. I forgot what it was, but I mean, it's just one of those things where, man, dude, it's like
38.
1 minute, and the next minute it's. I honestly, when I first saw it last night, I'd stayed off social media for a little bit, and then when I saw it, I went to see, you know, if it was true, because I saw it from like I think a fan or something. So the first one I like an independent wrestling fan that's known, so I wouldn't believe that they would be lying, but I didn't see anything from anybody else. And then once I opened up, and then you started seeing it because it happened at about, I think it was 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon, like 5 something. But to the person, everybody says, dude, was a man that would just give you everything off the shirt of his back. And if you watched him and seen him perform, you could see that, because again, wrestling, you know, is a, you know, it's a, however you want to look, it's choreographed, but you have to give your body and know that you trust that person. And he's worked with everybody, and not one person has had anything bad to say about him.
It's crazy.
Oh.
Every day's a blessing, man. 38 years old. That dude had a hell of a life left to live, you know?
And my thoughts and prayers to him and his family, man. I mean, just his brother. I know his dad.
And knowing that there were kids involved also, let's hope that the kids are fine too. That they're able to get out of this.
I think the story I saw last night was the one adult was also a fatality, and then I believe juvenile was in ICU.
Rough. All right, let's hope for the best, man. Let's hope for the best. So, Frankie, thank you for chiming in there. So, Jamie Pugh, unfortunately, R.I.P., man. That is, I read that story, and obviously, I think of Sean right away, because anything with wrestling, I think of Sean. So, definitely had a note to talk about it, and obviously, Sean, good stuff there, enlightening us a little bit more on all the other things that went on. So we got that news, unfortunately. Well, what else do we have going on in the world? Let me see. Whoop whoop! I'm a trucker. Shagman is my handle. There you go. I should get another one of those like ham radios, CBs, or something like that. Right? That would be like fun to have one on the side for the hell of it. Gary R says CBs were very popular in the 70s, even had a hit song. Yeah. Convoy, baby. Yeah. Love it. That's wasn't it? It's not Chris Christopherson. That was the movie Convoy. The theme song Convoy was part of it. A Rubber Ducky, right? Or something like that. Right. We got a great big convoy. I'm trying. It's hard to remember like the words, bro. But I know that was part of the line there of the what's it of the chorus, right? That's a classic. Convoy. Boy, we are dating ourselves, dude. When we got Convoy going on, I can still see my 45 of, because I had the 45 of Convoy. There's no doubt I had it. Saw Don Mattingly hit a home run against the Orioles at my only attendance at Miami Stadium. I was a Yankees fan back then. Let's see. There was man, that's some Smokey and the Bandit sounding living. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a 10-4. Good buddy, says Manta Ray. Frankie Fresco, another one. AEW, Jake Hager or Ricky Starks? Well, first of all, what happened to my last prediction? Because I don't even know what happened to my last prediction. Do you remember what it was? Frankie, send it in, bro. No, you don't have to send it in on a super chat. Just what was the last prediction? Did I get it right or wrong here? What's I usually get it right. I mean, my analysis, my wrestling analysis is second to none. Nobody breaks it down like I do. But I'm just wondering what happened to that last prediction of mine. So you want an AEW or Ricky Starks? Okay, well, look, Hager, right? Aren't those lame-ass slacks that they want people to wear? Nah, I've seen those commercials, right? So the slacks are kind of lame. You're out there, okay? So Ricky Starks, Ricky Starks sounds like a really cool name. Jake Hager, he probably wears lame slacks when he's off the ring, right? So I'm going to go with a guy like Ricky Starks, okay? Ricky Starks sounds to me like a winner here. I'm going Ricky Starks over Jake Hager. What do I get there, Sean? A thumbs up or a thumb? I'm getting 2 thumbs up from Sean. He's the wrestling expert. Me, I just have great, analysis and breakdown of it. So Ricky Starks, yeah, that's it. What was my last prediction?
I got to find out. I'm trying to find out. I just want to let Frankie know it's the CCW. Somebody had asked.
Wait a minute. He said Jungle Hook won.
Yeah, but I told you about that one. It was the CCW one that's supposed to happen Saturday night, I believe.
Right.
It was the show Saturday night. I don't know. I was looking it up. I don't see any results posted yet on that show. So I'm trying to find out because that was the show. The AEW one we got on Thursday, the next day, because Jungle Hook won over Big Bill and Lee Moriarty. But there was another one that was asked the day before on the CCW show. That's the one we don't have the result for yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I want to tell you that the only thing that will be is if they do a schmoz because Jake Hager is part of Chris Jericho's group.
Oh, wait a minute.
And Starks is going to be feuding with Jericho. So
I'm picking against my guy Jericho then? Is that what I'm doing here?
It's not Jericho per se, so you're okay. It's the Jericho Appreciation Society.
I don't pick against my guy Chris Jericho.
Yeah, you're not picking against Jericho per se. You're picking against the group. So
I need to get Jericho back on the show. But remember, guys, when I bring Jericho on, it's all heavy metal talk. It's not really. But the good thing is, the next time I bring Jericho on, Sean will join me in the interview. And that way he can get the wrestling stuff in there. So you wrestling fans can actually get some stuff. Because, me, my wrestling, information is not, my breakdowns are fantastic. I know nothing about the sport, but my breakdowns, they're just top notch. I just make just the right picks most of the time. So, it's just one of those things. It's a blessing and a curse all at the same time. But we do got to get Jericho on, man. He's always a good dude. Plus, I got to get him when he comes back here with Fozzy to perform. That'll be the cool thing. Although going on his cruise might be even better. That's the one that I would like to do. You should find out for me, who do we have to talk to about getting on the cruise and broadcasting from there. We'll invite Matt Verderame on the cruise, too, because he's a big wrestling fan, too. He loves wrestling.
I didn't know if you knew he was standing by. I didn't know if you had the screen open.
I see it. I have the right screen up. I see him there. All right, let's get ready. Hour number 2, Matt Verderame breaks it down. All the wrestling talk that you can handle. No, it's all NFL. Next.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderame. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderame.
All right. Jerome Powell, by the way, the Fed chair, has COVID-19, mild symptoms. All right, there you go. That's what you get for raising the rates too quickly. Anyway, welcome. Hey, how you doing, Matt? You doing all right? You feeling good?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Can't complain. Are you a wrestling guy, by the way, at all?
No, I am not. I couldn't tell you anything about wrestling.
Yeah. So then your analysis would be just as exceptional as mine.
Yes.
So that's actually a good thing. All right, let's get into it. First of all, don't know if you saw the press conference Greer and Mike McDaniel had yesterday. They're all on board. And one of the things that the Dolphins are in a catch-22, right? Because it's funny when people say, oh, no, let's go get another quarterback. Okay, who are you going to get? Like, who's definitely an upgrade over? I get it that you might be concerned about his, injury history.
Right.
You might be concerned of the concussion thing that, popped up this year with a couple concussions. I get all of that. I totally understand you're frustrated after the last 25 years since Marino. You haven't had a quarterback, but he is the number one rated passer in the NFL. And so outside of literally getting Aaron Rodgers, who else could you possibly get out there that you would say, okay, let's get him. Upgrade will win more for sure. Who is that?
I mean,
it's tough, right?
I mean, I guess it depends. Like, do you want Tom Brady?
No, that's another subject we'll get into. I mean, for me, Father Time's knocking, bro. You want to answer the bell? You go ahead, bro. It's up to you. We'll get into that conversation because to me, that's what's happening. But Tom Brady would be the other one. I don't know if you think that's the, to me. Yeah. But
I would not do that if I was Miami. Look, he may have another year or two in him. I don't know. He may not. But if you're the Dolphins, like, you want to try to be able to sustain something for the next decade. I mean, going out and getting Tom Brady is doing what exactly? Like, then you're going to move and you're going to have Brady for 1 or 2 years. And what happens if you don't win in that time period? Then what? Then where are you going with this team? As Hill then is 30 years old and Waddle becomes insanely expensive too. Like, if I'm the Dolphins, I get it's a tough spot, but if they think Tua is going to come back medically, then I think that's your quarterback, and that's who you're playing with. I think you've got to go that route. Now, if he comes back next year and he gets hurt again, then
you
you're
got
probably
to
looking at
a
move on.
decision. Yeah.
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 But I think you've got to go to him as long as you think he can play next year. I think that Tua is your quarterback.
Yeah, it's not like, what are you gonna do? Garoppolo? He misses more games than Tua.
No, he
Derek Carr. Tua's a better quarterback than Derek Carr. I'm sorry. I just feel that right now. If I'm watching Tua, I'd rather have Tua. I'd rather take my chances, at this moment. And so then what else are you going to get that's going to be available? There really isn't anything out there. Now, here's the part B of that question. So you have 3 of the top 100 picks. So you got a couple there in the 3rd and 2nd rounds. Do you explore a young quarterback again besides Skylar Thompson? Or do you go get the Joe Flacco, the Andy Dalton, the Gardner Minshew, the Taylor Heineke? Do you go get that backup instead behind Tua just in case? So it's one of those guys that at least with that offense, you can kind of keep things afloat at least.
I'd probably go get a veteran. I mean, I just think if you're the Dolphins, you need those other picks to build up the defense, to continue to work on the offensive line. If those picks are too valuable. I know the Eagles did it with Jalen Hurts. I get it. But the odds that you're going to be able to replicate that are pretty low. I think most quarterbacks that are worth playing for a long period of time, most of them are first-round picks. So if I'm Miami, I'm trying to build around this current team. This team with Tua was very successful this year. They won a lot of football games. And I think after watching that playoff game, if they had Tua, I'm pretty sure they would have won that game. So realistically, I would use every one of their picks to build the defense, to build the offensive line. I think they're too valuable to go out and use on a backup quarterback when there are a lot of quarterbacks out there. Go for a backup, go sign Matt Ryan. Like Matt Ryan as a backup quarterback, like go sign him. Go sign Sam Darnold.
I like Minshew. Minshew.
Minshew's good.
I like the thing about Miami's backup situation that becomes super sexy. Okay, 1, you're a no-tax state. 2, you got a great offense because shit, man. If they got weapons there, I'm going to be able to put up stats. And then 3, the reality is the quarterback has missed games every year, so I'm going to get playing time. When I get playing time, I'm going to have players that I can really showcase my skill set. Plus, the money I'm making, it's also no state taxes, so I get a break there also. It becomes a really sexy backup situation also for the Dolphins, which is the slight positive to the negative of having Tua being injury prone.
Listen, teams would definitely have a hard time competing with Miami at that spot because of everything you just said. I mean, realistically, if you're a backup, of course you'd want to go there. Of course you would. So, I think if you're the Dolphins, you want a veteran who you feel like can come in and play. I mean, because frankly, history does say that you may need him to play. I think you can upgrade from Teddy Bridgewater and from Skylar Thompson. And if you're the Dolphins, that's worth some cap space. That's worth the financial investment because let's face it, that might be the difference in your season if you need a guy for 2 games, 3 games, whatever the case may be.
I'm with you there. All right. The next question has to be Tom Brady. I think throughout the season, he was kind of showing it personally for me. He was, man, he and what's it called? Evans. I mean, he could not be on the same page with the guy. I think
it was rough.
Yeah, I think Father Time is catching up. In fact, I was telling the Dolphin Nation, those of you that wanted Tom Brady last year, the owner would have ended up trading for an owner, not for a real player in the end, because he would have, it doesn't look good. I'll move up to the owner's box with you and I'll move on with my life. That's probably what would have happened here. But if I'm Tom Brady, I saw Muhammad Ali, and I've watched guys that were over the hill, Sugar Ray Leonard. I've watched guys over the hill. Everybody knows about Joe Namath in a Rams uniform and Willie Mays in a Mets uniform and all that stuff, and guys that just hang on too long. And to me, this is what is about to happen to Tom Brady. If I'm Tom Brady, brother, you just got to know when to hold him and when to fold him. And it is time to fold him. What are your thoughts on Tom Brady?
I tend to agree. I think you've reached a point here where the other part of it too, and look, who am I to or anybody to tell this guy when to retire? It's his life. But I mean, at some point too, it's like, what is there left to prove? I mean, what is there left? You know, go home, man. Like, go home, enjoy your life. You know, you got this Fox gig waiting for you where you're going to make even more money. I just don't understand if you're Brady, like, what? So you can go play for the Raiders next year? And then what is the end game? To get your teeth kicked in the AFC West? They're not winning that division. Like, I mean, I don't see what the point is. Like, other than just, hey, listen, I love the game and I want to play the game. Okay, fine. Other than that, I don't see the point. I don't think, my whole thing this year was, well, if you went to San Francisco, but with the way Purdy's played, I don't think he's going to San Francisco. So if he doesn't go there, where are you going? I think the Raiders are the team that everybody feels like, well, that's where he'd go. They have no defense. They have no offensive line. That team is not going to be a threat in the AFC. They're not. And at some point too,
hey, bro, first they have to get out of the AFC West.
That's what I'm saying.
The AFC.
None.
I mean,
no shot.
The AFC. They got no shot of getting out of their own damn division, dude.
No, Kansas City would baptize that team twice. They're not Brady or no Brady. It's not going to matter. Like I just look at Brady and it's like, you're 46 years old come August. I mean, and watching that playoff game, now listen, they stunk. He had no chance.
Yeah,
but
I get it.
One thing I think it is fair is he just did not want to get hit. I mean, at all. That ball was out of his hands immediately. If you're to that, but that reminded me of Peyton Manning at the very end of his career. And I know you can say, well, hey, he won a Super Bowl at the end. Peyton Manning was awful that year. They won the Super Bowl in spite of Peyton Manning that year.
He's the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl.
It's not even close. He was brutal. I mean, Denver winning that Super Bowl with Manning is one of the great feats of all time.
Big time.
That team, he was horrific. The only thing I'll give him is that year in the playoffs, he didn't turn the ball over, which he did all regular season. But he was terrible. And unlike that situation, Brady's not going to that situation. The Raiders can't stop anybody. So I just think it's time probably to say, you know what? I've done all I can. Had a great career. I'm ready to move on. But I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to play again.
Yeah. I if he does, I think it's just going to be a monster mistake on his part. And I've seen this story before. You want to hang on, you hang on. But, brother, once you won that championship in Tampa, you should have walked away. But I get it. You had a 2-year contract. After that second year, you walk away. You gave up your family for all of this, dude. Like, that's the part I really don't. That's the part that I can't understand. You've got to be kicking yourself in the ass for this. And I get it. He's got this nice little young babe. What's her name? Veronica Rajek. Obviously, and she already came out and said, well, he can't play every position and all that. So she's already doing the trashing. All right. What's the prediction for you now? Sean Payton. The New Orleans Saints need some draft picks. They're gonna make a trade. There are teams that are interested in Sean Payton. Denver, Arizona, and Carolina. 2-part question. 1, where do you think he's going to go? 2, where do you think he should go?
The word around the league is that Denver is the leader in the clubhouse, and I think a lot of it is Walton money, right? I'm going to be honest with you, and I might end up eating a lot of crow on this one. I think that is an awful idea. I really do. Like,
why do you think I asked you in 2-part? Because I kind of know you already.
I just don't get it. Like, and for everyone who's like, the money. First of all, he's getting paid by the Saints and by Fox. The money is not that
by whoever hires him new will pay him the same shit. Dude.
It's not like Denver's going to offer him $40 million a year. Like it's not. The Denver will pay him a ton of money, but he's getting paid a ton of money now. Like, it's not like financially Sean Payton's in a box. Like, he's fine. So I don't get it. Russell Wilson, like, even if you're Sean Payton, you're like, look, I can get Russell Wilson back to being a top 12 guy in the league. They had 2 Pro Bowlers this year. That's a terrible roster. And then you're going to give up your first-round pick that you got for Chubb on top of that. Like,
at least.
Yeah,
at least a first round.
I think it's probably also going to be like a 3rd or 4th round pick. And then on top of that, you're in a division with Mahomes and Herbert. Like, I do not understand the thought process there. Now, if I were him, if I'm going to take a job in this cycle, I'd go to Carolina. Now, I don't know if the Saints trade him to Carolina. Maybe they would, but I think that's the best spot. That's a team with a lot of young talent. You have a high pick. You can get a quarterback. That division is atrocious. I mean, if you win 9 games next year, you win the division. If I'm Sean Payton, that is absolutely where I'd rather go, or where I think he should go.
Can I give you one? Can I give you one that's not on the list, but he interviewed with them?
Houston. I'm with you. That's a much better job.
They have extra picks.
Yep.
So when they give up a first rounder, they still have a first rounder.
Yep. I think that's a better job.
He can go pick his own quarterback.
Yep.
Anybody he wants. The owner's got money, so he's going to get paid either way. It's not about money. For me, it would be about control. You're in an easier division also, so it's not like the Houston Texans have this division that's a world beater. So you've got all of that. I think you got a bunch of picks. Actually, they've got some players on that team already, a couple, not a lot because they've unloaded a bunch. You got your left tackle at least to help you build up for your quarterback, So I think Houston is the one, because my problem with all of this is Arizona, I cannot deal with Kyler Murray, okay? And I got to say I was wrong because I like Kyler Murray. I thought he had it to be a passer in this league. I was actually concerned about his durability, but my God, he's so quick, you can't get a shot on him. So that part, actually, I was wrong in, but I never knew about his immaturity issues, and I don't know if he's going to reach them. You and I agree on Denver. Like, you're going to go there to have to deal with Russell for the next year or two to try to repair the back end of his career. That's weird. Carolina also doesn't have now it's not a world beater of a division, but they don't have a quarterback in place. But do they have the same kind of resources that Houston has with all the extra picks? And that's where I kind of look at it and I say, I kind of like the Houston situation out of all of them. And if I'm Sean Payton, I'm actually picking Houston out of all these teams that are out there.
If I was Sean Payton, what I would really do, but I didn't say this because it wasn't an option, I'd just sit out another year. I don't think any of these jobs are great jobs, and I would just sit out. But I don't know if he's going to do that. One thing I thought was interesting, Peter Schrager and maybe other people reported this too, that Denver meeting was in Los Angeles. Like, he didn't even go to Denver. They just came to him. They were like, all right, we'll all fly out. I mean, how serious are you about the job, right? I mean, if you won't even go to Denver, like, how long of a flight is that?
Well, maybe they didn't want the circus in Denver. So they went to a location in Los Angeles and nobody could follow them instead. But if you bring them to the facility, then you've got all the media hanging out and helicopters and all that kind of stuff, like what we did with Peyton Manning here. When he came to visit, we had helicopters, following him throughout South Florida. So that's kind of maybe. I'm just throwing that out there because one thing I'm sure you know about this. It might be one of the most fanatical fan bases and media coverage of a football team. Denver does an exceptional job. Like, Denver fans get a lot of great coverage of their Broncos.
They do. It's funny. I will say, we're talking about him potentially going to Denver. If you know anything about Sean Payton, if you know Sean Payton a little bit, can you imagine him coaching Russell Wilson?
No, that's my problem.
I mean, we're one let's ride away.
Can you imagine him trying to deal with Kyler Murray and Kyler Murray screaming at him?
No, God, no.
Oh,
no.
my God.
Sean Payton was getting into a fist fight with Kyler Murray, I think about in August. But but that's my point. Can you imagine Russell Wilson having the start of the year that he had this past year and him doing, let's ride on the sideline. I mean, Sean Payton, I think, would go after him. Like, I can't even imagine that situation because you've got to think about Russell Wilson's career. He's had Pete Carroll, who's an excellent coach, but he's much more of a college guy, a rah-rah type of personality, right? Kind of a cheerleader. Nathaniel Hackett, excuse me, as my wife's calling me. Nathaniel Hackett, very much like he very happy-go-lucky type guy. Sean Payton will go berserk like a quarter into the first game. I cannot imagine a world where if Russell Wilson doesn't dramatically improve immediately, that Sean Payton's like, yeah, that's great. Do high knees in the plane. Like, he would have needed to play his backup quarterback that game. Like, I can't imagine that scenario. So, I don't know. It's just a weird combination having him and Russell Wilson together. But might happen.
Yeah, I think if you're him, you get a fresh start in Houston, bro. And you just, although I will say this, the Panthers pick, you're right. That's out of those three, the Panthers are the best one because they've got some talent on defense. They've got some weapons on offense. If you figure out the stinking quarterback position, you're competing right away in Carolina.
I mean, they have real talent. Like, they're not. I'm not sitting here saying they're a Super Bowl team, but like,
no. I get what you're saying.
Talent on that
there's
team.
A foundation in there. There's a foundation in there.
And by the way, Tepper has as much money as Walton does. Like that man's not hurting for money. Okay, he paid Matt Rule $60 million, and after half of the contract is like, get out. So he has money.
Yeah,
I just think if you're Peyton, if you look at those two situations, if you can't fix Russell Wilson, you're screwed. You are screwed. There is no way around it. You go to Carolina, the division's a joke. You can get a young quarterback. You have a couple of years, and you're not dealing with Mahomes, where if you don't win 14 games every year, you have no shot to win the division. Right. It's kind of like all those years when Manning was with the Colts at the peak of his powers. Who the hell wanted the Texans job? Who was like, I'll take him on. Good luck with that. You're about to be a 5 seed at best in the playoffs every year, and you're going to get knocked out in the first round. I think that if you're Sean Payton, like, that's what you're dealing with. That's where you're going. I just don't think it's a very attractive job right now.
By the way, speaking of Tepper, which is a great segue to the next question, the NFL has done a marvelous job over the last few years that every time they've allowed a new owner in, it's an owner that's got incredibly deep pockets. Yeah. So now let's go to the reverse. Owners that they have inherited since the days, and that's over in the Chargers. Cheap.
Yes.
I would, and I'm sure Chiefs fans were like super happy that the Chargers were too cheap to fire their head coach, but went and fired their assistants. So your thoughts on keeping Staley and firing Lombardi and what was it, Will Hoyt or something, the linebackers coach or something?
I think the prayer circle from the other AFC West teams worked, and Brendan Staley's still involved. Listen, I'm not saying Joe Lombardi didn't deserve to get fired. Joe Lombardi was a terrible offensive coordinator. That's fine. Fair enough. But I've seen a lot of people already like, well, now the Chargers, now they've done that. They're on the path. They're not on the path to anything. Their head coach is the one who played their starters week 18 like a fool and got Mike Williams hurt. He's the one who runs the defense that gave up 31 points in 31 minutes to Jacksonville. Okay. He is the one who, after Herbert hurt his ribs, fractured his ribs week 2 against the Chiefs, then played in the following week when they were down 28 points in the fourth quarter. Like, Brendan Staley's that guy. It's not Joe Lombardi. Joe Lombardi had nothing to do with any of that stuff. And so I sit here and I'm like, yeah, listen, you might get a little better offensively depending on who you bring in. Although let's also remember that Joe Lombardi was Brendan Staley's choice. He did not inherit him. So I always believe when you start firing coordinators, that's a precursor to you being gone real soon. I think Brendan Staley's got 1 year left there because this was supposed to be the year the Chargers caught up to the Chiefs and passed them. They went out and got Khalil Mack. They went out and got J.C. Jackson and Kyle Van Noy and Bryce Callahan. Like they went out and loaded that team up while the Chiefs were losing Tyreek Hill and Travarius Ward and Tyrann Mathieu. And that division was over by Thanksgiving. So now you are over the cap. You're going to have to actually weaken this roster. The Chiefs have $70 million in cap space if they want it and 10 draft picks. They're not catching Kansas City next year, not without injuries. So to me, I think they've got one more year of this. And I just don't see a path that they're getting much better unless they bring in just an all-time whiz on the offensive side of the ball. I think they just kind of are what they are at this point, which is a talented team, but a flawed one with a bad head coach.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's just hilarious to see. But again, this is part of cheapness too.
Well, they don't want to cut the check. They don't want to pay Staley, and they don't want to pay his replacement.
Yeah, and by the way, I would also worry with that. Just to kind of bring it full circle, if I am Peyton with Arizona, the Bidwell family has always had some kind of a reputation that they aren't necessarily always willing to go all the way. And in football, if you don't have ownership group, as we see with the Spanos family, right, if you don't have the ownership group that is willing to go all the way, brother, that's going to be a problem for you. Look, eventually they got this window now with Herbert. Eventually they're going to have to pay him, and that's going to, and you know how they are. That's going to limit them in other areas, because that. By the way, what did you think of that choke job that you had that kind of a lead? And sure, the defense gave up all those points, but your offense also could not muster anything out of it. And that, to me, kind of an indictment also on them.
Yeah, look, everything about that was an indictment on them. I mean, you're up 27-0. You're +5 in the turnover ratio. You can't win that game.
You can't lose that game. There's no way you lose a game like that at all.
I mean, the biggest shock for me of that game was not even that the Chargers lost. I honestly can say I sat there the entire game. I never thought about flipping it off. I'm like, this is the Chargers. They absolutely could lose this game. The biggest shock to me was, how do you lose that game and not even turn the ball over? Like, normally, if you blow a lead of that proportion,
right,
you give up a special teams touchdown, you turn the ball over, it's short fields. It was none of that. Jacksonville just dinked and dunked their way, save for one blown coverage where they threw like a 40-yard touchdown pass. It was, I mean, was there one throw in that game by Trevor Lawrence that you were like, wow, he really made a huge play there? He never had to. He just dinked and dunked all the way down the field, and the Chargers just let him do it to the tune of 31 points. Like, it was staggering. It was one of the most ridiculous. And then Joey Bosa's just taking one personal foul after that. I mean, it was the most ridiculous game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
To me, in my life, now I know of it. I'm very, very aware of it. I was like 4 years old when the Oilers lost that game to the Bills.
Oh yeah, I was there. I saw it.
I did live through the Chiefs blowing a 28-point lead to the Colts. Yeah, I was very much there for that game. But I got to tell you, as bad as that was, I think the Chargers game's worse for one reason. If you go back and look at that Chiefs game, the Chiefs had so many injuries during that game. They had like fourth-string guys playing. And it's not an excuse. Should have won the game. I'm not saying like they shouldn't have won.
Yeah, I get it.
Like, there was at least like, you're like, I kind of get what's happening. The Chargers, like, what happened? Like,
right.
My God, and also like Jacksonville. Geez, listen, with all due respect to Jacksonville, you couldn't beat that team. Like, you couldn't hold on to a 27-point lead and one Pro Bowler.
Although I got to tell you, kudos to Lawrence. Shows you the moxie that he does have.
No,
because how many guys would go right into the tank at 4 interceptions? Like, nothing's going. I mean, one of those interceptions, Samuel just mugs the player and then gets the interception. They get a freebie field goal out of that. You know what I'm saying? And so that one, like, okay, not only did I make some bad decisions, but then they're even missing obvious calls for me too. And yet he didn't go in the tank. And I give him a lot of credit for the mental toughness to stay in it.
No, I completely am with you on. Like that. After he threw his fourth pick, I actually thought to myself briefly and then dismissed it. Would they yank him out of this game? But then it's like, but then what do you do? Right? And he's your future. Right. So you got to just kind of ride him. That's why I was like, well, they wouldn't do that. I'm with you. That was the most impressive part of the game to me, was that Lawrence kept his wits about him and kept going. Right? I mean, because you're right. There are a lot of guys with that point are just cooked and they're done.
And the receivers were dropping passes. They were making mistakes in the first half. They all, to their credit too, they all started catching the ball and making plays too. They stepped up also, because it wasn't just Lawrence with a couple mistakes and the referee with a bad miss, but the other guys too were dropping passes and were making plays. So credit to all those guys, man. Evan Ingram, who has completely turned his career around there. Zay Jones, really solid. I really like him because he catches everything, with his hands. When he's not running naked through buildings and going through glasses, he's doing pretty good on the field. I don't think a lot of people remember that anymore.
No, I remember. 82 catches this year. He's had a hell of a year. He's had a nice season.
Yeah. And by the way, losing to that Oilers team that came back on him, that Warren Moon with those 4 receivers, that was a nasty offense in those days.
Great offense.
Yeah, so it was just one of, and Moon also was just a fantastic gunslinger, dude. He could pile up points quickly, man. He's just one of those underrated Hall of Famers.
Yeah,
if you can say that,
guys,
you know what I'm saying? If you could call a Hall of Famer underrated, that's what I would call Warren Moon, because I don't think he gets enough credit for how good that dude was, bro.
He was incredible. I interviewed him for a story actually last offseason and got to know Warren a little bit. And A, couldn't have been nicer, couldn't have been more helpful. And B, if you go back and look at his numbers, if that guy played today oh my God, 5,000 yards
season at 40 or 41 in Seattle, like
he went to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, like what the F, dude? Like, do you ever age?
Yeah,
like wow.
But
he was also physically, he was always well taken care of. You know what I mean? And he was a pure pocket passer, because you would look at him and you say, "Oh, he looks at he's going to run around." Nah, Warren Moon ain't going to run around, bro. Warren Moon will scramble back there a little bit to wait for a guy, but he's not going to go out and get 10, 15 yards for you every other 3 or 4 downs. No, that's not what he does. He'll beat you right from the pocket. And he was
Warren Moon in an age when, like, if you threw for 3,500 yards, it was a lot of yardage. In 1990 and 1991, he was 34 and 35, threw for over 9,300 combined yards, like 4,689 and 4,690, which led the league, by the way, both years. No, he was, and in 97 with Seattle, he was 41-year-old Pro Bowler. He made the Pro Bowl from ages 32 through 39 every year, and then at 41 made the Pro Bowl on a Seattle team, by the way, that was nothing to write home about.
Right.
Think about if he didn't have to waste 5 years up in Canada, right? Because the NFL wouldn't give him a shot as a quarterback. The guy threw 291 touchdown passes and had 50,000 passing yards and didn't play the first 5 years of his career because of where he had to. I mean, he would have easily thrown for close to 400 touchdowns, if not 400 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And probably, roughly 70,000 yards in an age when the only guys approaching those kind of numbers were Marino. And then eventually, I don't even know if Montana and Elway, I guess longevity helped them, but really Montana and Elway even weren't putting up the statistics that Marino was from a pure passing standpoint.
Yeah. How many touchdowns did he throw in that 40 when he was 41 in Seattle?
25. He's not bad. Not bad.
I know. No, he had a hell of a year, bro. It was just one of those things, like, that guy is just absolutely amazing. All right, tell him about Stacking the Box, my man.
Yeah. Every Tuesday at noon Eastern, you can check it out on YouTube. You can go there and subscribe and like the video if you liked it. That'd be great. Otherwise, you can just go find it wherever you find your podcast. You can download it there. And if you leave a 5-star rating and a review, and you leave a question in the review, we will answer it on the podcast. So go ahead and do that. Other than that, you can check out the written version of Stacking the Box, my weekly column Monday morning. It will be recapping all of the divisional round madness, which I think probably is coming. So go ahead, check that out. Follow me on Twitter, and hope to see you there.
That's right. Twitter at Matt Verderame. Matt, we'll catch up next week, my friend. Enjoy the playoff football.
Sounds good. Take care.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Matt Verderame. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderame. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Thank you all out there. We do want to tell you a little bit about Cutter's Edge Pro. Love talking about Cutter'sEdgePro.com. Will and Mike, I've been telling you about our home, how it has been a complete change. And, it was kind of looking rough. And Will and Mike came in and completely gave us a brand new makeover. Everybody that drives through our home that lives here in the cul-de-sac has given us all kinds of praise. They love the work that Cutter'sEdgePro.com. In fact, they have already called Cutter's Edge Pro. Somebody else in our neighborhood stopped by because we had a nice hole in our wall, right? And you were able to see some of the work that they were doing in the back. And one of the things that they were doing was the artificial turf. And I've been telling you about the artificial turf now for a couple of months now. It is a blessing. And remember, folks, you're paying your mortgage for your entire property. If you're not using your backyard, then you're paying for that space and it's just there. And that's what we were doing. And now we have revitalized it where now we're out there. We can play some cornhole. I have a little putting green so I can work on my short game. I got an area where I can put my barbecue and I can, barbecue some food. We got a nice little porch where we can hang out, watch a little TV on the outside. The dogs are running around and the artificial turf is so awesome. Really easy to manage. You're going to save thousands in the long run. Why? Because for the next few years and years to come and more years to come, you're not watering the lawn and you're not cutting the grass every, 10 to 14 days here in South Florida, the way it grows. And on top of all of that, you are not bringing any dirt or mud into the house when you go into your backyard and then walk back in. Your dogs, or dog, will not bring in any dirt or any mud into the house. How about this? You know that they also tear up your grass, right? When they go to the bathroom, some of them like to kick up. Like my girl Maiden can kick up a storm. She doesn't do it anymore because it's artificial turf. So they're not kicking up the artificial turf. They're not ruining your grass. They're not also picking up dirt, putting into their nails, which then they bring it into the house. I mean, the benefits are endless. Even when it rains, you would bring in some mud. No, it drains quickly. And because they're not stepping into mud, they're not bringing anything in. It's really amazing, man. Artificial turf makes your life so much easier and looks so good. And then you add trees and you add, some shade all over the place. That's the other thing. It could be really hot. But in our backyard, it's kind of cool because we have a lot of trees there. And that's one of the things that you want to add. So that way it gives it a great look. And it also helps you to hang out, and it also keeps everything. By the way, the artificial turf, they put this little white sand inside where it keeps the temperatures at half of what it normally would be. So it keeps it nice and cool for the dogs. So if you're worried about that also, call Will or Mike, man, at Cutter's Edge Pro, 954-472-0622. Tree trimming, landscape design, synthetic turf, irrigation, outdoor lighting. They are your total landscape solution. Call William or Mike, 954-472-0622. Anywhere in South Florida, Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, they service all of South Florida. Cutter'sEdgePro.com. All right. Big O, Sean, and Ariel Levy won instead of Super Crazy. Okay. And who did I pick? Ariel Levy?
Yeah, I think you picked Ariel Levy, I believe was your pick.
Okay. So there you go. We're on. We're still going, baby. Still getting it done. Thomas says, Chargers got way too conservative running the ball and completely brain dead with Bose on the sidelines almost the entire last drive. Coaching, once again, was putrid in that game on the Chargers side. Brother, you can only produce 3 points in the second half. That's putrid. That's embarrassing. That's pathetic. Okay? That to me is really the worst part of it all. How are you not adding more and more points in the second half? How is it that you can score 27 in the first half and 3 in the second half? That to me makes zero sense. That's the real choke job there, was more on the offensive side. Brett Dodger, Big O. Tug McGraw was once asked if he preferred grass or turf. His answer, I don't know. I've never smoked turf. It won't be good to smoke turf. Don't smoke turf, folks. Big O, will next season be finally the year we cut Noah? We gave him 3 full years. Enough is enough. Also, I predict we draft night ends in the second round. Big O, how deep is the tight end class? I don't know yet. I haven't looked into it. So once I start, doing my homework, then we'll get into it. But right now, I have not even bothered to look into it and find out who are the guys that can block and catch, because that'll be a really, really short list for tight ends coming out in the draft. And I need to find out about all that kind of stuff. So I am not ready to answer those kind of questions yet. As for Noah, it'll be this offseason will be his last year, I'm sure, because he's under contract. So you bring him into camp, and he probably won't make the 53 this time around. Big O, you picked super crazy, so I was wrong. Apparently, I picked super crazy. Goes to show you how in-depth I know my picks. Let's see. Jamesville says, Herbert reminds me of Chad Henne. Could always book him for 350 yards and 1 touchdown maximum. Now we're comparing Henne and Justin Herbert. I would say those are 2 different players. For me, Justin Herbert is a more mobile Jeff George. Talent and stats, but not a lot of substance when it's all there. But hey, I love hearing them get wowed about this throw and that throw. That's what did you see that throw? Yeah. Did you see the results? Okay. All right. What's going on? What are the big wins? What are the big seasons? What are we doing? What's he won? What hardware does he own? Show me. Please. Show me all those memorable comebacks and those dominant performances that he elevates teams. Please show me all those amazing games that he possesses in his resume. Yeah. Knight says Herbert's lack of testicles matched with bad offensive play calling lost the Chargers the game. And Herbert, not just Herbert himself, but bad drops along with panicking from the Sculler Loth, the Buffalo game. Oh, Skyler. Oh, you mean from Skyler lost the Buffalo game. Well, I'm going to go with Mike McDaniel lost the Buffalo game. That's the one we got to always go with. Chargers should have played the tape from years ago when Herman Edwards says, you play to win the game. Good old Herm Edwards. We do have some Herm. Let me pull up some Herm. Let's see. Can always pull up a little Herm action. Here we go. Yes. There we go. Now we're in the territory of Herm Edwards. Yes.
I did a bad job preparing this football team. Terrible job.
You sure about that?
Let's don't get this thing twisted. When you get your butt kicked, you find out what kind of person you are. Get out. It's called giving somebody the business. Hello? But there's no need to panic.
No, not at all.
I get questioned for 3rd and 5, running a draw, trying to tie the game up before the half. Why didn't you throw? Patriots had a 3rd and 4 on the 27-yard line. They ran a draw. They missed the field goal. No one questioned them, but I get questioned because we lost. But I understand that. It's part of it. But I'll answer the question the best way I can, truthfully, on what I'm trying to do to help the football team. So that's I'm going to answer all those questions between now until the end of the season. That's okay. I understand. That's part of the process of being the head coach.
That's it.
Same scenario. We stunk.
Okay.
Hello, you play to win the game.
The ball's in their court.
That's it. See? We got plenty of Herm Edwards for you there. All kinds of Herm Edwards.
You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out.
That's it. You got it now?
Period.
Okay. So I'll make sure everybody's there. Everybody's got it. Okay?
Guess what, son? You don't play.
Well, sorry, Herm. Damn. This guy's got to be taking shots here. It's not my job, Herm. I'm not playing here. I'm just talking about how bad you guys are playing. That's all. That's my job. That's what I do. I talk about how bad it is. Herm was fun. There's no doubt about that. I don't know who was more fun, Herm or Wannstedt. Wannstedt was pretty fun too. Right? Should we pull out some Wannstedt ones? Wannstedt is
we are bulletproof.
Exactly. Tell us about Jay Fiedler, Wannstedt.
You can't win in this league with Jay Fiedler.
Wow, that's just wrong. I think that was edited or something.
You got free pizza. Back off.
That's it. The media got free pizza. You got to back off.
I'm done talking about that.
You are? That is not good.
That's a good point.
That it is.
There's no excuse for that.
No.
There's not going to be a hurricane.
And then there was. Okay. He wasn't very, Wannstedt wasn't very good with predictions. That's one of the things he kind of had to,
We'll take a look at that.
Exactly. He was pretty bad for those predictions.
No, nothing specific to talk about.
There's nothing Pacific to talk about. Or Atlantic, for that concern. Okay? Or Mediterranean. Or Gulf. You know what I'm saying? But
no, nothing Pacific to talk about.
No, nothing Pacific. He's more on the Atlantic side. That was always the key with Wannstedt. Stay Atlantic. Okay? That's all. All right. So there you go. These are the things that a lot of you did not know about. And Wannstedt, I remember I prepared some stuff with Wannstedt. I did.
Thanks, Big O. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Vontae. Hold on a second. God, I have so much sound here that is just crazy stuff. But I used to have, I put together this thing about Wannstedt and predictions, and I don't know if I still have it. So I'm going to look for it here and see if I do have it somewhere. I don't think so. I know I have it somewhere, but I've got to find it. And that's not going to be the easy part. I have so much sound that it is crazy how much sound I have here to play, man. Anyway. I'm worried about Vontae's grandmother. Yeah, me too. Me too. Do I have any? Did I create a Vontae file? Because I know I have the grandmother cut too. Don't have it here. Let me see. Let me see if we have a little waiting for my grandmother with Vontae. No, probably not here. I don't know where I put it exactly. Sorry, this is bad radio since I'm just searching for stuff, which I Oh, we're close to the top of the hour. I wonder if I have, you know what? Maybe I have it here with Vontae Davis. Let me see. Oh, I think we struck it. Maybe. Nah.
The Detroit Lions, they shouldn't come here and beat us. No, we got way more talent on this team to actually win those games against Detroit Lions.
They should, right?
I feel that way right now. Like, we're not very good. We came in to play a Jets team that I thought coming into the game was not a very good football team, and a team that we were better than and should beat, and we didn't do that. So right now, we're not a very good football team.
That's it. There you go. Boy, I got a lot of those where they weren't a very good football team. Oh, God. Too many of those. Too much. One stash. There are three things that can happen here when you throw. Two are bad, so he decided to run Ricky into the ground, just like he did with poor Lamar Smith in the playoffs. Punting and running. That was those were the two things that Wani always wanted to do, was punting and running. All right. Let me tell you something Dolphins wise, okay? That I want you all to kind of let's get this message out. I want to get this message out to the Dolphin Nation, okay? And this is a message that will make some of you happy, and it's going to piss the crap out of some of you off, okay? Why the Dolphins must pick must pick up Tua's fifth-year option. And I know it's coming up in this offseason. This is when they do it, leading into year 4. They don't allow you to do it into year 4, so you're going to have to decide this offseason whether you're going to do it or not. Let me explain why it's worth the gamble. And I know those of you that didn't believe in Tua, that he could play, now you're dead wrong. So like 95% of you have now gone on to the Tua injury part of it, which that was always in the equation from day one. And so now you're on that bandwagon. So anything Tua, you're anti-Tua because of the injury history and now the concussions and all that kind of stuff. So I get where the fan base is split. Weirdest thing in the world. There's really nobody that you're going to get that's better, but the weirdest thing in the world. But whatever. So listen to me now, okay? Tua's fifth-year option is worth $22 million. Franchise quarterbacks are getting over 40 plus, and you're guaranteeing fat portions of those contracts now, okay? This is what's happening with quarterbacks. If you're the Miami Dolphins, it's going to be a roll of the dice in every way possible. Okay, look, it's a roll of the dice for every player because they're all one hit away. But obviously with Tua, he's had a long history of injuries. So his issue is much bigger and more riskier than the average player. Okay, Chris Greer might be right about the whole concussion thing because it really wasn't an issue throughout his career. It's just was an issue this year. So maybe by chance he avoids concussions. It's true. But will he avoid injuries? That's been something he hasn't been able to avoid year in and year out and year in and year out. This year wasn't about injuries. It was more about head trauma, right? So he might be right on that and he might be wrong, whatever. But here's what I got to say. First of all, there's nobody out there that's better than Tua outside of Aaron Rodgers. And that is not a realistic trade. Miami doesn't have to trade him. They don't have the draft capital. But on top of all of that, it would be a mess also because you're inheriting a big-ass salary, which would cause all kinds of problems. And you'd have to readjust it all. And he's at the back end of his career as it is. Rodgers the only one. I don't want Tom Brady here. I didn't want Tom Brady last year. And guess what? I was right because he's fallen off the cliff right now. If he wants to come back, fine. None of these other guys that are available, Jimmy Garoppolo or any of these guys or Derek Carr, they're not better than Tua anyway. So you're not making an upgrade there. Okay? You could draft a young guy. No young guy is going to come in and save your ass. Tua's your guy. And he's the number 1 rated quarterback. So I'd rather hang on to the number 1 rated quarterback because last time I checked, Chad Henne couldn't do that. And Pat White couldn't do that, and Chad Pennington couldn't do that, and Jabroni Brissett couldn't do that, and any other jabroni you've had quarterbacking here, from Jay Cutler to anything else, talking about jabronis. So you haven't had one of those kind of guys anyways. So I'm going to hang on to this guy, and I'm going to hope he figures it out, and I'm going to take my chances. Okay? Now, you could get lucky. Tua comes back next year, balls out, and doesn't have an injury issue, and has a great year, and now you've got to pay him a boatload of money, way more than $22 million, and you're going to have to guarantee a nice chunk of it. Well, guess what? If you picked up the fifth-year option, you don't have to do that. Now you can go talk about an extension past the fifth-year option, and you're getting another bargain year in your fifth year. Okay? Because obviously if he kicks ass next year, doesn't have much of an injury history or issue, and you go, maybe you win a couple games or whatever in the playoffs, then you're feeling like you got a bargain there again, and you're going to get a bargain in year 5 now. The flip side is, of course, if he has injuries, then you're also stuck with him in year 5 because the money is guaranteed. Now, you still have to move on from him. You may have to draft a young guy that you have to develop in year 5 while he's playing. So at least you get by through that year with him, worst case scenario. Or you find a veteran that you then plug in year 5, and he sits and backs him up, and it's an expensive year, and that's it. But either way, it's a gamble. You either gamble by giving it to him now for the 5th year, and you lock in and hope that everything goes well, and you're going to end up getting him on the cheap. And it won't be on the cheap if obviously he continues to have the injury problems. But either way, it's a gamble. But right now, you cannot find a better option because the Miami Dolphins have had the best quarterback they've ever had since Marino. That's not saying much because most of the guys since Marino has been mediocre to terrible. But this guy is exceptional. This guy plays at an incredibly high level. He's a top 5 passer in this league when healthy. I'm not giving up on a guy that's one of the best passers in the league. I understand the gambles and all that, but you drafted him already, right? You're in. You might as well go all the way in now and pick up the 5th-year option because that would be the least expensive, believe it or not, in the long term. And also, it's the best risk to take now because waiting a year, and if he stays healthy, here's the other caveat to all of this. Follow me on this. Waiting for him to then, if he does show up next year and plays at a high level and stays healthy, you now have to pay him all that fat ass money right away in year 5. But by extending it and paying him after year 5, you now get an opportunity to watch him for 2 straight years play at a high level. And that convinces you even more that large contract is well worth it because now you can go into year 4 and start negotiating into year 5. And now you're going to feel a little better about that situation. But you're going to have to pick up that 5th-year option. That is the right thing to do because in the long run, if everything goes well and it becomes your long-term solution, that's the cheapest route. And that's the best part of it all. So that's the way I look at it. Miami Sports Fanatic says, Big O, do you think Greer should be in the Tremaine Edmonds and Josh Jacobs? Well, first of all, let's find out who really is a free agent. I don't like talking about guys that I'm not sure they're going to be free agents yet. And if they are, then we'll talk about it. But we got to get to the free agent part of it. And then when we know that they're free agents, then we'll find out who they can go after and who they can't. Because too many times over the years. I go talking about guys that could be free agents and then they get tagged by their team, or they end up agreeing to a deal, or they do some kind of a trade with them or something. And, I just would rather not waste my time. But do they need some help in those areas? Hell yeah. Should they go after studs like that? Hell yeah. Definitely. Josh Jacobs, I like with the Raiders, but I don't know if they're going to keep him or not. Again, that's the problem with all of this. Love Josh Jacobs, but why wouldn't you keep him? I would keep him. We'll see. We'll find out. King Short says, agree, Big O. Gamble we must take. I think so. What else do we have? Jason Voladio. Voladio. Whoa. Does that also affect the cap through with the option? Yes, of course, bro. Everything affects the cap. Every salary that you do that year coming up, not now or next year. Your 5th-year option will then affect you in that 5th year. Yeah. But you can renegotiate that and kind of loosen it up and free up some money. You can get 12 of the 22 million and give it to them as a signing bonus and then break it up on the back end of the contract. You can free yourself. There's always ways of freeing up money to loosen that up. But I think the key is to lock it down just to make sure, because we're so quick to think about bad luck. But we're not quick enough to think about good luck. Why is that? Why do we do that to ourselves? We had the good luck of actually competing with Skylar Thompson in a beaten down team final game of the season. We had good luck that we found Kader Kohu. We had good luck that they found Brandon Shell at right tackle. We had good luck that they found Robert Jones. Right? So why can't we have good luck that maybe Tua stays healthy? Tua figures it out, gets rid of the football early. That's what I love. We love to set ourselves up and think about all the bad shit. And then we never give ourselves a chance to say, hey, man, the good stuff could happen too. Okay? You might find a diamond. Oh, my God, we got to trade Minka. Oh, shit, dude. He can't get along with Flo. Now we got to trade him. We got to trade one of the best safeties in the draft. Where the hell do we go from here? Javon Holland. It's hilarious. You find Zach Sealer from the street. Good things can happen, right? Mostert ran with more power than I don't think I've ever seen him run with in San Francisco in his career. He had me pumped at times how he was breaking tackles. So we just set ourselves up to beat ourselves up all the time. And yet we never think about some of the good things that could possibly happen. Hey, listen, I love Mike McDaniel's mind. I love the person. Obviously, he looks like a really good dude overall. Players respond to him. He's just got to fix his game day coaching. Well, I'm counting on him to fix that next year. I think he's a really smart guy, and I think he'll streamline it. I think he will be much more efficient next year when it comes to getting plays in, having his team prepared. I think he'll get better at that. Why am I going to torture myself and think that it's going to be terrible? Why? A lot of you never even thought that this offense was going to be this explosive as it was. And then here you are. Salvon Ahmed. It's like the little gift that keeps on giving. Every time you called upon him, every time this year, the dude rose to the occasion. I just love how we love to end up on the negative end, and we never give ourselves a chance to say, hey, you know, this could be a good thing, right? It could be a good thing that he has to prove himself to get that contract to Tagovailoa. And if he has to prove himself, and if you pick up the option, you're at least paying less money in his 5th year than you normally would in a normal contract. If you don't pick up that 5th year option and he balls out in year 4, now you're faced in giving him that big ass contract right on from year 5. It's just one of those things that I don't understand. And why do you just beat yourselves up for no reason at all? And isn't it better in a way? Look, if it's unrealistic to think that certain things can happen, I understand that. But it's not unrealistic to think that Tua can figure things out and get rid of the ball quickly and give himself plenty of chances to avoid extra injuries and things like that. It's just kind of hilarious how fans will torture themselves. All right, let's take a quick break. Hour number 3 is next. Omar Kelly will be joining us here in hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk Aqua and Orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
There he is, locked and loaded and ready to go. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
I'm good, man. How you been?
Good. Can't complain. What'd you think of the team's performance against the Bills on Sunday?
Impressive for what it was and what they were left with from a talent standpoint. I'm a little surprised it was more of a fourth quarter game than most expected. I think most Dolphin fans, if they were really honest with themselves, they would admit the same thing as well.
45-10 is what they were expecting.
Who was expecting 45-10?
I mean, it's Vegas. I mean, they had them up by 13.5, 14 points. They were expecting an ass kicking. That's kind of what it was expecting. Come on, deep down inside, you kind of were fearing an ass kicking. And the fact that they hung in there, they should have won the game if it wasn't for Mike McDaniel, to be quite honest. Mike McDaniel has been a terrible game day coach. That is one thing that he has left to be desired. How he mismanages the clock and his timeouts, doesn't know when to stay running the ball, can't figure out how to keep Gesicki on the field when all he did was help him in the last month making plays. Do something, bro. Adjust to what you have. And that's the one hole in his game that he's got to learn, which, Omar, when you think about it, he's a new head coach, and then he's a new head coach that took on the offensive coordinator position. So that's a bitch as it is for any human being to handle, much less a rookie who then says, oh, no, I'll be the head coach and the offensive coordinator. That's really, really tough.
I'm trying to look up right now real quickly where they finished in the NFL in offensive yards and ranked and all that good stuff because –
oh, no, it's great. No, they did great in that area.
I mean, you can't say something is great and statistically it shows you that it's good and then say, oh, well, it was horrible the first year. Like,
No. Game day decisions. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with productivity, but your productivity doesn't – when you can't get the play in on 4th and 1 and you make it 4th and 6 on your 7th rounder, you screwed him, bro. And when it's 3rd and 19 and you make him throw a ball – you put him in a situation, bro, just throw it underneath or run. Don't make him do that. That's an interception. Just stupid shit, bro. You're gouging the Green Bay Packers at 9 yards a carry, and here's 3rd and 3, and you decide to run, to pass. You're gouging the Bills at 7 yards a carry, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. Pass. His game management sucks.
Oh man, Big O.
I'd love to sit in a room by myself with him and say, like, what the fuck were you thinking here, dude? What are you doing? Like, come on, it's 4th and 1. Get the goddamn play in there. Get the first down. You might end up. Jason Sanders is hitting field goals. You're going to tie this game. Worst case scenario. You get lucky with Tyreek or Waddle, hell, man, you might score a touchdown and win the damn game and surprise the entire world.
It's an issue, needs improvement. The challenge is, probably somebody else needs to be in that role. Sucks. I don't know if I'd go that far, but, certainly needs work. It's an area of concern.
Brother, in the Buffalo game alone, you lost that game practically outside of Tyreek and Trent dropping touchdowns, but you put Braylon Sanders in a position that he wasn't ready for. And Tua throws a beautiful strike down the middle of the field and the kid stops, and that would have been a touchdown. You know what I mean? Just there are things along the way that you could just look at, and he kind of hurt his team.
Personnel, okay. If Braylon Sanders has been hitting that play every time they run in practice, we don't know all the variables. We don't know all the factors between personnel selections and choices. We do know the Mike Gesicki factor because 3 different coaches had the exact same issue with him. So It's not a surprise that he doesn't fit. Me and you argued it for years.
But that doesn't matter. You decided
You just
to
want him
bring
to be used him. Okay. And then when he uses them, he's
then
telegraphing what
why
he
bring
does.
him back? Why bring him back then?
I said that to you when free agency, and you looked at me like I had a third eye.
Exactly, because he's a playmaker. Uses that. Listen, if you got somebody better,
doesn't fit your offense,
then that's fine. I get that, dude. But I've seen coaches that have players that don't fit what they do, but they at least milk them for what they are. And if you watch the last
he's
month,
a slow slot receiver.
But if
you rather have a real slot receiver, then go with the real slot
this
receiver.
season, a nice big target like that would have helped. Watch the last month. All he did was make plays, dude, and score touchdowns.
Yeah,
that's all he did the last month. They used him
for your least productive offensive outputs. But yes, I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's I don't know. I'm dying to see what he does in year 2. I'm dying to see him fire Boyer, and possibly Crossman. I think he could do
Crossman
better.
for sure is getting fired. I don't know about Boyer. I think Boyer stays unless they get a big name.
I
don't think you'll see another young defensive coordinator replace a young defensive coordinator. I think, and the Fangio thing doesn't look like it's going to happen because it looks like he's going to go with Peyton.
Yeah, of course.
So if he's going with Peyton, then unless you're getting a Fangio type, which of course I can understand anybody getting an established guy like that, I don't think you fire him. I don't think you fire him. He did a good job in that game, by the way.
He did. He did. One of his better performances. No mistake about that.
Shut down the Jets the week before, 6 points, allowed you to win a game.
Jets are horrible.
But you did your job. You did your
job.
job.
You know what? One of my co-hosts, Leger Duzable, on I Am Athlete Tonight, and he's a big Jets fan, and he always pointed this out, and I got to acknowledge that he's right. When Dolphin fans are celebrating and popping their collar and telling people how good they are, they're beating up on trash. And that's the thing.
Like Baltimore down 21 and beating Buffalo too? Is that trash?
That's different. That's before Miami fans started getting arrogant and celebrating and telling you how good they were. What are you drinking?
Well, that's part of being arrogant and being celebrated. My man, when have you seen them play 3 games like this against the Bills? They're right there.
That's a very good point. I don't think
go tell your co-host that. Go tell your co-host.
I don't think the Bills were. I think the Bills took Miami lightly.
Oh God, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Oh, stop it!
Get the hell out of here. You don't take any division opponents lightly because the shittiest opponents like the Jets will beat the Bills. The Patriots
What I'm saying
will
is
the ball all game long and beat you 6-3 like they did last year.
I felt like when the Jets were playing, like when the Jets wanted to score, they scored. Like let's be real about that. Like when they need to score, they were like, all right, let's go. And
who you mean the Bills? You're saying, not the Jets.
when the Bills, yes. I feel, and this is not taking anything away from how Miami fought them and played and made it a 4th quarter game. I feel like the Bills were holding back, trying not to show their hand for Cincinnati.
That's terrible.
No, it's valid. It was come on.
No, it's not. It's not even close to valid,
bro. Like
the fact that you think anybody pretty much downplays a divisional game. Unless you're playing a divisional opponent in week 16,
Miami had no.
2-14. You will not downplay any divisional game.
Miami shouldn't have been in that game. We're being honest with each other. Miami should not have been in that game. Correct? Yes? No? Correct?
I'm sorry. Miami should have won 3 weeks ago, and Miami beat them in the first time. I'm not sure.
Yes.
There's a reason why I brought up all
starting quarterback.
My man, there's a reason why I brought up all 3 games because it's there. They're right. As depleted as the Dolphins were with their 3rd quarterback, they hung in there with the Bills, and they gave the Bills anything and everything that they can handle. 3 weeks ago, Tua did everything in that game to beat their ass. And Mike McDaniel and some of Tua's teammates fucked up that game, and that's why they lost that game. The Bills didn't win that game. The Dolphins handed them that freaking game. And the Dolphins handed them game on Sunday
So are you saying the gap has been closed?
Because Mike McDaniel's goofy ass can't make right decisions on the
He's a
sideline.
genius to you 6 months
He
ago.
is.
Now he's a goofy.
No,
he's always been goofy.
No, wait a minute. Offensively, he's a genius. Game day, he's a goofball. He's got to fix that part.
He's always
everything else about him. Guys play hard for him. He connects with his players. He knows football. Play design is sick. Some of the shit he had designed on Sunday was absolutely awesome that he did. But, dude, you got to get plays in organized. You got to know when to hold your timeouts and keep them for later on. You got to be able to know when to run the ball, when you got to keep knowing when to run. You got to use talent when you have it. There are things that he does that are wrong. That doesn't mean that he's a bad coach. That doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just there's one area in his game. There's a big ass hole in his game, and that's game day coaching. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to fire him. I love the guy. I think this is what I told Dolphin fans. This season ended with a shit ton of great what ifs. Normally you end with, oh, bro, we suck. We can't do this. We can't do that. Whatever. If you stay healthy,
what ifs. I've spent 15 years covering what ifs.
Okay, but the difference is if this team actually stayed healthy, it could have made noise, serious noise in the playoffs. You've never said that about a Dolphin team in 25 years. Never.
If this team would stay healthy,
you see how quiet you are.
But hold on. And I'm thinking about what you said. But if Baltimore would have stayed healthy, they would have made noise. If
they never make noise with that quarterback in the playoffs.
If Tennessee would have stayed healthy, they would have made noise. You could say that about a lot of teams. Like,
okay, but Tennessee has been making noise for years, my man.
Okay, so
as long as you have a defense and Derrick Henry,
merry-go-round.
The Dolphins never make any noise. This was the year that they were making noise.
So, okay, I see where you're coming from. You're thrilled and pleased that you're off the mediocrity merry-go-round. You're actually a team of relevance now, and you're like, yes, let me celebrate.
A few breaks. A few breaks, bro. Too many injuries.
Yeah,
they need breaks.
Okay. All right. I see where you're coming from, because when I'm saying what ifs, every year's I covered 15 years of what ifs. If we did this,
bro, I get it. You're beaten down. And,
okay.
And it doesn't
but
allow you
you're
to be
saying my what ifs 15 years ago was mediocrity to relevant.
Yeah,
your what ifs are,
dude, you're coming back with Gus Frerotte. You're coming back with Ryan Tannehill. You're coming back with what? AJ Feely. The best thing about AJ Feely was his wife, not AJ Feely. That's my point. You're coming back with shit. You're coming back with like, this is our team. I got to come back with Wanstead. I got to come back with Joe Philbin. What, you're extending him after a meaningless win against Minnesota? This is a completely different feeling. So this guy knows offense. So you got the best quarterback you've had in 25 years. If you could stay healthy, you could have been a pretty impactful team in the playoffs. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're celebrating from the graduation from mediocrity to respect.
Yes, I think you've taken that next step, that if you have a little luck and add a couple of the right players this offseason, I think the Dolphins are a contender, bro.
What money? I am not objecting to what you're saying. I hear where you're coming from. You're just happy and celebrating the fact that you're off the mediocrity merry-go-round. And if you've been on it for 20 years, okay, it's good to celebrate that. Now, consistency is what allows you to build. Now, we've always had success first year of coaches, generally, except for Brian Flores, and then fizzle out. So we'll see.
Right. No, of course, it's all we will see. But I really like, you know, I'm looking for. I think Jalen Phillips is about to freaking bust out next year. I think it's just one of those things. It's like
I'll be honest. I don't know. There was so much meat left on that bone, and Jalen Phillips was one of the guys
he
that
played well. Played well.
He played well. He played okay, but he didn't play up to my expectations. I think he's a force, and
that's what I think. And year 3, I think, is where I think it's all coming together, dude.
He must have missed a dozen sacks.
Yeah. There was like he was close, but that's the thing. If you watch him, the motor never stops.
Yeah,
the guy got better against the run. I'm watching him push
he's
tackles
got the talent
now.
to be one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. He must have missed.
I think, and listen, people used to pick on Christian Wilkin his first couple of years. Oh, not enough, not enough. And it grew and it grew and it grew, and he's a force now. And I think that's what's happening with Jalen Phillips. In fact, I was explaining earlier that he has an advantage.
He's a
over
good
Jason
player.
Taylor.
He's not a force. Don't do that.
Oh, he's going to be a force. Watch this. And
there's
one
more
of the advantages. Listen to me. One of the advantages.
Christian Wilkins could do more.
Oh yeah, no, I think. Oh yeah, I think Christian Wilkins. Yes, I think Christian Wilkins will be even more of a pass rusher. Yes, I think he's going to become an even bigger force as time goes on. He's too driven, dude. He's too much of a good player with a great character and work ethic, and on top of all of that, he is relentless, like physically and mentally. Like he will get at you mentally and physically on the field. I think the world of Christian Wilkins. Yeah,
I am shocked and stunned because.
Well, you were shocked and stunned he played this well. You weren't even realizing how well he was playing a few weeks ago on this show.
No,
and then you looked at the stats. You said, "Holy shit!" And then you lied because he's a freaking stud, bro. And I think he will add more in the pass rush. And let me finish because Jalen Phillips, I think next year has the breakout pass rush year. His body's filling out. The advantage he has over JT is he already has a bigger frame than JT. And the strength is coming in. And I remember with JT, he was so skinny, it took him the 3rd and 4th years to really be able to, hold up against a run, where I think Phillips is already getting there to that point. And I think Phillips next year, I just think the knowledge and everything else, you bring back Sealer, you bring back Wilkins, I think Phillips, and then you get a healthy Chubb hopefully next year. I think things start to really change for this defensive line, man. And I think Phillips and Wilkins will just get better and better. And Phillips next year, I think, has his bust out 10+ sack year.
Man, Christian Wilkins was 2 tackles away from 100 tackles, which is a phenomenal number.
Beastly.
Yeah.
Beastly. How many sacks? How many sacks did he have?
He had 3.5, which is short of his career
record. Not bad. But I bet you, watch him get to 6 or 7 next year.
Bro, that's crazy talk. Like I believe he's at the shelf of what he can do, and he should be proud of himself. Like you talking about next level. He's getting to the Aaron.
No, that's double digits. No, let's not get crazy now.
Okay.
Nobody will ever be at that level right now. I have not seen a guy like that.
Is he Randy Starks?
Yeah. He could be a Randy. I think he could be actually a more athletic Randy Starks because he is more athletic than Randy Starks.
Woo, yeah. That's interesting that you say that because I never thought about that. I don't think
Randy was a mover and a shaker. Randy was a guy. He had the power he had at the point of attack was just sick. He can shed guys like nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. He was a good player, man. He was a good addition to this team for several years.
You don't remember
that? What's it called? Let me ask you an interesting question because I tackled it before you came on. I think if you're the Dolphins, it behooves you to give Tua the 5th-year option.
Why is that even being debated? Like, who's the dumb that thinks that they shouldn't give it to him? Like, unless you're going to go for Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, and I'm not even going for Tom Brady.
No, he's done.
There's a second leader. There's a second odds favorite for Tom Brady in Vegas, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah, no,
I think. But And I'm riding with Tua. This is there's unless not even Lamar Jackson. I'm riding with Tua. I'm good. Like
right, and you agree with me, right? Because you're better off giving him the 5th-year option, because if the kid comes back motivated to like freaking stay healthy and get rid of the ball and stays healthy,
plays 17 games. Oh my God!
Right, you're going to have to give him $300 million. So now you save yourself in that 5th year. That then the extension won't start till year 6. Plus, it gives you that 5th year to see him do it again.
He's not playing on that 5th year. I could probably
no, he's not playing on the 5th year. You're already negotiating between years 4 and 5. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
but you'll feel better about the process.
And in fact, I might force him to play on that 5th year and then just franchise tag him. I'm not me personally. I'm not paying him until he shows me he can stay healthy for 2 years.
You know what? I can't
love
argue
him.
with that.
Love him, but
right.
I'm not giving you $260 million and then you can't stay healthy. What am I going to have another Chris Bosh situation? No, thank you.
Or Lee Steinberg is going to ask you for guarantees, and you're going to say, okay, let's do this. We'll do this contract, and we'll give you those numbers, but he has to stay healthy. Less guarantees. You can earn it.
Sign bad contracts like that.
Right. That's my point. So
yeah, and you're not going to insult
your what you say. That's why what you say might be a little touchy because they won't like to do this. But hey, man, you got to prove to us that you're going to stay healthy. You're going to pay attention. You're going to do what we tell you, because you can't come to the sideline and tell me, well, coach, I had to put my shoulder into that guy because I needed it for myself. What are you talking about, Tua? What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm not going to.
What the hell is wrong with you? At that moment, that's when I want a coach to smack him right across the head and say, yo, what do you do? You don't need to tackle anybody, bro.
You polar opposite positions on this. I'm not going to change the way he plays.
No, you got to change. He has to change, bro. He has to play the way Marino and Peyton and Breeze play.
Maybe another person.
Brady. Just pick a guy. Get rid of it in 3 seconds, bro, or less.
Nah, you can't do that. It's not his game. Not his game. Not his game.
No, his game is in Mahomes. That's where he gets in trouble. His game isn't Josh Allen.
That's where he gets in trouble. Not Josh Allen. No, his game is not Josh Allen.
Yes. And his game is in Mahomes or Russell Wilson or Lamar Jackson. He doesn't have those wheels. He doesn't have the 2 fat guys caught him in Alabama to blow out his hip. 2 fat guys. He has the athleticism.
You're really bringing that up. You and 2-9.
Baker Mayfield couldn't outrun a cop. Okay, that's who they are. So if Baker wants to play, he has to play the game that he has no athleticism. Don't run around. That's not who you are. They're going to catch you. Tua, that's not who you are. They're going to catch you.
Backup quarterback here.
Who, you like Baker? No, here's the list. Are you ready?
Go ahead. Go for it. Hit me.
Gardner Minshew, Cooper Rush, Andy
Dalton. You got to slow down. Gardner Minshew. Okay.
Oh yeah, your memory's kind of bad. Cooper Rush, Andy Dalton, Taylor Heineke, Joe Flacco, Sam Darnold.
Hold on. You're too fast. Taylor Heineke.
Joe Flacco and Sam Darnold.
Hell no,
Dalton,
Flacco.
With Dalton, Cooper Rush, and Minshew.
Why would you have Darnold over Baker Mayfield?
Oh, I didn't put. I'm not a Baker guy, so I didn't put it in the list. I'm not a Baker guy. I don't want. I don't want him here in this situation because then he starts talking shit and all that stuff. I don't need that. I'm a Gardner Minshew guy. If you gave me an order, Minshew 1, Dalton 2. No, Taylor Heineke 2, Dalton 3.
Dalton is not for me. But I hear what you're saying.
He's a perfect backup. He's a perfect backup. He played well in New Orleans this year as a backup.
Whatever. I would rather.
You don't like him as a backup? I don't like him as a starter. No. Get your mind out of starter. Backup. That's all I'm asking.
I'd rather have Teddy. Just me personally.
I'll take Dalton over Teddy. He's more durable, actually. I'll take Dalton over Teddy.
Damn. You gonna hold Teddy? You gonna hold this crap against Teddy this year?
Yeah. Well,
really?
Teddy's had injuries all throughout his career, bro. It's not a thing this year.
Oh
my! He's had all kinds of injuries, bro. Come on.
I feel like you're cheating him, man. You're cheating him.
Well, okay. Out of the six, which one are you going with?
Oh, 7. I'm sorry. You have Baker in your list. Go ahead.
I like Gardner Minshew. I think he fits. I think he fits his coach. I think I'm actually going to draft one. I want to draft one and invest.
Yeah, but you can't put a youngin to be your backup.
I don't give a shit.
When you're trying, I just told you they're going to make a deep run in the playoffs next year.
Yeah, and I could draft a quarterback in the 3rd round or 4th round and have him here.
So you're done with Skyler?
No, you're going to compete. Well, I can't have 3.
Oh, I see. So you want to go get a Gardner Minshew and draft a guy that's going to compete against
No. I'm not going to get a free agent. I'm going to go young and invest young. I need to be cheaper, and quarterbacks are expensive, even backup quarterbacks. Where their cap situation is right now, and I don't believe in the cap.
No, but they can maneuver. They can free up some money. That's
how? Tell me how. Tell me how.
They'll guarantee some money for different guys.
Ooh, which guys? Name them.
X, they can do that. They can free up some money there.
I'm always trying to get rid of X, and then now you want to guarantee more money.
Oh, no. X is gone next year. They have no choice. They have to.
And you can't guarantee them no money this year. But go on, continue. Who else you got?
I got to look at all the contracts.
Bro, I've taken a quick look. Not much you could do. Jerome Baker, and the things that you could do, not really favorable. Jerome Baker.
No, Jerome Baker's not a favorable one. You are right.
No, they're all not favorable. They're all not favorable. Like
Connor is favorable. You can free up something from Connor. You can find a couple of guys. You can free up Tyreek.
Okay, I can free up something from Connor
and Tyreek.
I can, yeah, but remember, Tyreek is a pace setter. He's going to want to. If you're going to retouch his contract, he's still going to want to be the number 1 paid wide receiver in the NFL.
He still stays paid. It's just more guaranteed money. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And you're moving it to the back end of the deal. That's all it is.
There got to be something in it for him, but he'll take the money. He will take the money because he's probably going to help the team. He's going to help the team. So
right. He's entrenched. And by the way, he's going to take the money because you're giving it to him up front now. So hell yeah, he's going to take the money.
And then you got so many guys that you need to re-sign, like Christian Wilkins and Sealer.
And your guy, being facetious, of course, because he's my guy.
Who?
Andrew Van Ginkel. I would bring him back and give him a bigger role.
Oh my God! If he could handle a bigger role, he would have had it because they had nothing at linebacker.
No, he could. They just.
Really
I don't know why they don't. I don't know. It's beyond me why they don't give him a bigger role because every time he's on the field, he finds a way to make a play.
He does. He makes plays. I am always very good at figuring out ways to maneuver the monopoly money salary cap, which isn't real. This year, with the decisions that you've made, your moves, this is going to be a hard one. This is probably the worst year that I've seen them financially in probably about 15 years. And they got some real tough decisions to make to keep this thing moving forward.
Yeah. No, but I think some of that stuff you can figure out things. And by the way, you just freed up more money because if you're not bringing back Teddy, that's another $6 million you're free.
Yeah, no, that's why I told you I'm going with a young quarterback.
You're getting a cheaper quarterback. You're opening up money. Gesicki also comes off the books at 11 hard cap money.
Yeah, but that's not helping you because you're already capped out as
right. You're already capped out. Yeah, you're right.
You're already capped out. So,
by the way, Robert Hunt is coming up to getting paid next one more season.
No, there's a lot of guys.
And you're going to have to pay him.
You also have a 5th-year option for
he's a really good player.
Austin Jackson.
Well, no, but that's not an option. It's not an option, unfortunately, because the poor guy wasn't even injury prone, and this year he got injured, had the worst luck.
You're $16 million. Let's have the educated conversation. You're $16 million over the cap, which is over the projected cap, which is fine. It's not, the New Orleans Saints are usually like 74 million over the projected cap, and it never stops them from doing a damn thing. But you're going to have to restructure Agba. You're going to have to restructure Tyreek. You might have to touch on Chubb, even though you just did that deal. I'm not sure you're doing Armstead because of his injury history. Maybe, Xavier is his base salary.
Connor
Williams and Cedric Wilson. Jesus Christ!
You're trading him.
You better.
Well, no, they're going to try.
Ain't nobody trading that man.
Somebody will trade for him because you're not going to get a great pick in return because everybody knows that you're just trying to free up salary because of the position you were in, that you signed them before the whole Tyreek mess.
At this point, I cut him and take my $2 million and keep it moving.
No, because if you can pick up some kind of a late round pick, you do that at least.
They don't need him. He did nothing this year at all.
But they're still pretty good at drafting and finding guys late. So get a pick, get any kind of pick you can for him at least if you can. And you know what I don't know is here's the part I have to plead ignorance.
Steelers under contract?
Who? Steelers? He has one more year left.
Oh damn! He ain't got to do nothing with him. Steelers under contract.
But you're on the break. But you still got to prepare that next year you're going to have to pay a couple of those guys. But by the way, the part I got to plead ignorance here is I'm not sure if you free up more money by cutting him or trading him. I'm not exactly sure.
Which guy?
With Cedric. That's the part I don't know.
Nobody's trading for his salary. He'd have to restructure. That has to be a Drew Rosenhaus special, and Drew has to find a home for him, which it's possible. But you get $2 million back if you get rid of him. And
I felt bad for him because the one position that didn't really suffer a ton of injuries was wide receiver. Those guys were playing most of the time, and he just wasn't going to get a lot of playing time there with those guys, man. And
you know with Cantor and a restructured deal for Xavier is not going to be easy. But Cantor,
I don't know if but you're right. If you're cutting him next year, I don't know if you restructure him.
Yeah, it's possible. $4 million is guaranteed, roster bonus due. Anyway, because you don't know where that you got to see him play another year before you touch.
Well, he'll be super motivated next year. Because he either gets cut or he's playing for another team. So he has to. I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see a very motivated X. One, he has to get healthy because clearly he played I don't know what the hell was wrong with him, but that dude either played like at 70% or less.
Did Jerome Baker restructure his contract? Because 2023 salary is guaranteed.
Oh, so then he did this last offseason.
Yes, I think he did. I can't.
Yeah,
yes.
I think you're right.
And so you can't really. You can. I guess you can give him. You can give him all of his base salary in a signing bonus. So that can free up about $7 million.
They'll find ways, bro, to free up some stuff and push it to the back. And
I mean, look at Emmanuel.
They're down the line eventually, but they'll be able to maneuver some of it. They're not that deep in a mess that they can't create a little space. And they don't need to go out and spend like they did this past offseason. They only really need one or two pieces that you really got to get, like a middle linebacker if it's available out in free agency. It's hard.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hard. I think you got to go in the draft and try to see if you can find a block.
No. You have the Hunter Long kid, the development. Like, no, go get you a free agent tight end. I'm sorry. They'll probably cut Flo's guy after this year. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that? You're so messy sometimes. Like, bro,
it was Flo's guy. It was a Boston College guy. Come on, that's what they did.
Is the running back they traded from the 49ers, is he a free agent? No, he's under contract.
Yeah, no, he was a 1 year contract, wasn't it? I want to say both guys were most.
Yes, Jeff Wilson is a free agent. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So you got both of your top two running backs as free agents.
Right. But they're not going to command a ton of money.
You're correct. But they're still a priority to re-sign.
I would draft a young guy there. You know what I mean? Although Salvan Ahmed, that some bitch came through every time, dude.
He's always been
time.
a very impressive, pleasant surprise.
Jesus.
And they just never. Boy, this is a first year in probably a decade the Dolphins don't have any cap carryover. This is like the worst they've been financially in a very long time.
Well, that's because they actually have some players on the team now.
You're right. You're right.
So I told you the gap between Miami and Buffalo has been closed. The 3 games prove it. 1 game is a fluke. 3 games
I think
is not
Cincinnati
a fluke.
gets them.
You know, so yeah, Cincinnati's got some people's numbers. You know what I'm saying? It's just they own Kansas City, dude. They own Kansas City, and Kansas City's the best team in the conference, and freaking Cincinnati owns them, man. It's the craziest shit. You know, and just like Kansas City owned Buffalo when they had Tyreek. It was like he was the ultimate, like, you know, guy that would swing the pendulum between those two teams. Sometimes you just can't answer some of those things that happen, you know? It's just weird like that.
Robert Hunt's got to be a priority. Whether you play him at right tackle or right guard, who knows? But locking him up has got to be a priority. 2 in that 5th-year option, definitely a priority. Unloading
Brandon Shell. I got to bring back Brandon Shell.
You do. I'm curious to see what they. I mean, and Byron Jones. What's this situation?
He's gone this year. They'll cut him in June. He's a June cut.
You get back about $7 million. I mean, $5 million.
A June cut is what they'll do with him.
$5 million. Maybe he's possibly tradable. Maybe.
No, not after what he did this year. I don't think anybody's going to trade for him at this point.
Listen, I'm very disappointed in my peers because nobody has gotten to the bottom of the Byron Jones situation. I don't cover the team anymore. It probably take me like 1 phone call, but like somebody's. Why is this a big mystery? Why is like nobody?
It's not a mystery. I've been talking about it. He's barely been in the building. I've been telling everybody that for months. Been telling everybody he's had all kinds of setbacks, and he's Mr. I can't play if I'm perfect. If I'm not perfect, I can't go out there.
I understand where his perspective is because money's on the line. You know, they tried to shake you down last year, and you stood your ground and triggered an injury clause, which was brilliant on your part. But now you have all these injury setbacks. He's a businessman. I've always said this. There are 53 businesses in the NFL on an NFL team, and every CEO needs to be looking out for his business. And Byron Jones did that. Now,
well, there are some cats that aren't smart enough to know that. Yeah. Preston Williams. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But Byron Jones is damn sure smart enough to know that, and it's a dirty game, but when the NFL does it, plays it, nobody turns their nose up at them.
Right, I got you.
Byron Jones protected the business of Byron Jones.
Right.
He can't go out. You go out there, you put out bad film,
right,
and now you're playing for $3 million instead of $9 million.
Right. Yeah. Can't argue with that. That is 100% right. All right, tell them about I Am Athlete, what you got going on.
We have just introduced Ashley Nicole Moss as a new host on I Am Athlete.
Oh, okay.
She actually begins. We know her here down here for local talent, but she started at Sports Illustrated. I mean, was with Sports Illustrated, full-fledged member of the cast. We announced that earlier this week. And we actually begin or do our second taping of episodes this weekend down here in Miami. So looking forward to get that done.
There you go. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch him every week here with the EssentialMovingExperts.com Miami Dolphins Exchange. As always, appreciate you, my man. Thank you for taking the time. We'll catch up next week.
All right, catch up with you.
Thank you, sir. That is Omar Kelly. And call my friends at Essential Moving Experts. They will get it done. Sean Williams and the boys, they are absolutely amazing. They've been at this for a long time. See the number right there, 386-213-4054. Book now. There you go. 2 hours, 2 men, 26-foot truck, $350 right now. And by the way, their home base is in Daytona, but they handle the entire country. All right. So if you need short moving services within a county, within the state, long moving services from state to state across the nation, they can help you. Essential Moving Experts. Big Dolphins fans, by the way, as you can see, their business is all in Dolphins colors. So call my guy, Sean Williams, 386-213-4054. Tell him that Big O sent you, man. 386-213-4054 for the essentialmovingexperts.com.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Pretty awesome. The U.S. Department of Justice has just announced it has dealt a significant blow to the crypto crime landscape after arresting a Russian national alleged to have founded a major criminal online platform. The cryptocurrency exchange Bizlotto processed more than $700 million worth of illicit funds. See, the thing that people don't understand, and the criminals are going to find out very shortly here, crypto's the last place you want to do crimes. Why? Your entire movement can be seen by everybody. Doesn't matter. You can't hide it. Can't stash it. And that's why the IRS came out last week. I retweeted. It's on my timeline. And they talked about how they look forward to working with crypto companies because they actually can assist them in solving crimes a lot easier than they could with traditional money. Because with traditional, see, that's the beauty I love about the ignorance that's out there. Oh, well, crypto, you can do all kinds of no, you can't, idiot. They actually can do more crimes with regular money and filter through different bank accounts and funny companies and all that, and you can never track it. With crypto, everything is tracked and traced. You cannot hide it. You cannot shake the government from anybody or authorities or whatever. If you are doing illegal activity, they could easily find all of your tracks on crypto. It's the last place you want to commit crimes. Just want you to know that. So if any of you out there plan on having some kind of life in crime, or you're doing some stuff illegally, stay with cash. Okay? The easiest way to commit crimes is with cash. Do not do it with crypto. You will get busted. Every single time. Not once, not 10% of the time, not 75% of the time. You're going to get caught 100% of the time in crypto. So it's just one of those misconceptions that's out there, unfortunately. But that's fine. The beauty of the misconception and the lack of information or knowledge by the rest of the world, those of us that are less than 5% of the people that are investing in the market, we win because we get to see we get the great prices early on. So we are invested early, and we're going to be able to get everything low before it all blows up. By the way, the crypto market cap has crossed the 1 trillion mark. It is at $1,338,494,448 right now. So it's nice to see that the market cap for crypto went back up over the 1 trillion mark, which I'm not really surprised. Bitcoin, by the way, has dropped just under 21,000. It's right around 20,900 right now. So it is down a couple $100. It is down 1.45% in the last 24 hours, still up 20% for the entire week. But there you go. So Good stuff. As we got some stuff going on. Solana, by the way, is up 4.5%, 40% for the week. That is impressive. Didn't think it would climb that much. Quant is up 4%, 14% for the week. So, my boys at Hedera hashtag, they are up 26% for the week, 5% for today, which I like that. All righty. What else do we have to talk about? By the way, Sports Grill. We love Sports Grill. 8 great locations. Friday, Scott Pianowski will be joining us. We'll be talking all kinds of NFL. So throughout the offseason, we're going to be talking a lot of NFL, a lot of NFL draft, which kind of leads you to fantasy. So it isn't necessarily fantasy. It's more football talk that leads us to fantasy. So catch those segments with Andy Behrens and Scott Pianowski every week here, sponsored by Sports Grill. And folks, man, you got to take advantage. The buttermilk chicken sandwich is going on, and the buffalo tater tots, they have added that to the menu. They also added their 8th location in Doral, brand new location. Big, beautiful restaurant, man. Today is Wednesday. Kids eat free with the purchase of an adult entree. And remember, they've got the hot sauces available for you to take home and douse anything and everything that you want. Buffalo sauce, Miami Heat, blackberry barbecue, the Dale. There you go, folks. And remember, the Kendall location has milkshakes every Monday with rock and roll music jamming on Mondays. Those are my favorite times to go by the Kendall location close to my house. There you go. Dante Viper says Big O is so wealthy it doesn't faze him. You're right. You're right. I am so wealthy. He says, this is the coolest chat ever. Everyone in here is cool as hell. Really smart people, except for the host. Zachary says, Big O, fans complain about what we need, not realizing we have it all. Just need to stay healthy and get a stud middle linebacker and a pounded out running back too. Would be nice. I want a backup safety that has a little bit more versatility to help out Brandon. You know what I'm saying? Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says we need to re-sign Morstead. And you are correct. He had a really, really good season, Morstead. I would want to see him sign too. Mastodon and Gojira Super Tour announced and coming to Boca. Dude, it is so cool. I'm not a Gojira fan, but I am Mastodon. I love Mastodon. I saw them in Red Rocks, and I am going to that concert. In fact, today, I think we bought the tickets today already. My buddy Greep is buying the tickets today. I will be there. It's at Sunset Cove. Sunset Cove is one of my favorite places to go to a concert in South Florida. It's a great park, okay? I've only been to it for the concerts the couple times that I've been there for concerts, but it's a big, beautiful park. Those of you that live in that area, you know what that park is and all that stuff. But the Sunset Cove Amphitheater is a really cool amphitheater. It's got, a nice area for everybody to sit. It's got the walkway on the back end. It's got the lake on the other side. When the sun sets, obviously Sunset Cove, all that. It's really a really cool place, man. I really enjoy going to concerts at the Sunset Cove. So, and it's kind of odd that it's such a hard concert because Gojira is not my kind of music because it's more of the screamers. And so, you're going to have people, what's that, the mosh pits and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, I'll be in the background standing, enjoying and watching. I'll be away from the mosh pits. But I am looking forward to it, man. I like Mastodon. Mastodon is hard, but they can sing. They've got a great melodic feel to them, too. I like Mastodon. I'm there, man. I'm there. So I will see you at Mastodon and Gojira at Sunset Cove. Looking forward to that one. Lofi says, Soul Athelia tied to FTX, so there's probably a short game being played out. Yeah, well, the part that we don't know, Lofi, they have all this money now that they have found from FTX, so a lot of the people that were invested in FTX might be able to get some of their funds back now. and they have a whole bunch of money. The question is, they own 13% of Solana. Have they sold that Solana? Is that the reason why it went to 9? Because I'm like you, Lofi. I'm thinking, I'm cynical, right? I don't have Solana. I don't invest in Solana. But I was thinking, if you're going to invest in Solana, you got to wait till it goes under 10. And it did go for a very short time, and then it shot up now. So the question is there a bit of a pump now? And does he then unload his 13% at the peak of whatever it's at now so he can maximize the value of that 13%, which, as you know, Lofi, would then obviously bring that price right back down again. My problem with Solana is, while their ecosystem's amazing, technically they have so many issues and it goes down all the time, and I don't know if to trust them, and they're not decentralized at all. From what I understand, they're totally centralized and they control the nodes, which is not something also that I'm not necessarily a fan of also. So those are the reasons why I've never gotten into Solana. Even when it shot up and all that stuff, I was just never trusting them. You know what I mean? And so that's my problem with it. But there is talk, you might be right, that there might be another dip, because if he hasn't unloaded his 13% of Solana, which is a lot of Solana to unload, that will definitely drive the price down. So you got to be careful there. What else? Alf says Brandon Shore is the best in the business. We will have $250 million of cap space when he's done it. he's the what's the Andy Ellisberg of the Miami Dolphins. Alf, I'm with you. They'll be fine. They'll have enough money. They don't need to go buy that many people. That's the thing that people are kind of, because of all the injuries, people don't have any, any patience, and they don't really understand what's going on. So they put themselves and think of the worst, when this team is very competitive, very good. They just need some luck to kind of stay healthy all over the place. And then with the few picks that you do have, with the money that you can create, you have more than enough to re-sign the guys that are important, and then make some of the changes that you've got to make. So I'm with you, Alf. I'm not worried about that. So you're saying he can shore things up, Alf, says Mike. Very good. Very nice play on words, sir. Big O has been to more concerts than most rock stars. Maybe. Not like Santana, who's been rocking since the 60s. And he's about to hit the road in a couple weeks. He'll be at the New Orleans Jazz Festival. He'll have a stay in Vegas. So you got that going. But yeah, younger rockers, probably. Thank God it's not Donna Ponte anymore. Let's see. Dolphin 13. Skylar Thompson, 7th round draft pick rookie, who had to play in Buffalo in the playoffs, and he didn't do that bad on the first drive, 2 drop balls. Well, he had like 4 drops throughout the game. He wasn't any great shakes, but the kid did all right. He defended himself there. He did a pretty good job. What else do we have going on in the world? Kenny Loggins, by the way, any of you out there Kenny Loggins fans, final tour was announced today by Kenny Loggins. March 10th at the Wetzel Arts Hall in Sarasota, Florida, and March 12th at the Florida Theater in Jacksonville. Okay? I was thinking about that. Maybe I go to the one in Sarasota to go see Kenny Loggins on March 10th. If I got some time, if I can do it, if I don't have any other commitments, maybe I go see him. Like to see. It's a short tour, not a lot, and this is his final tour. He says he's not going to do any more major tours anymore. It's too much for him already. He's been at it too long. And what else do we have? Oh, dude, I have this. This is like, just for you music fans, really interesting stuff, and rap fans. This is actually a really cool thing if you're a rap fan. So they announced the inductees to the Songwriters Hall of Fame, right? Sade, Snoop Dogg, Gloria Stefan, Glenn Ballard, and Liz Rose are also among the songwriters who will be inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame at the organization's 52nd induction of the Gala Awards. It's slated for Thursday, June 15th at the Marriott Marquise Hotel in New York City. 4 of these honorees first gained fame in groups but are inducted here as individuals. They are Sade, Estefan, Jeff Lynne of ELO, and Teddy Ryle of Guy. Okay? 3 were born outside of the U.S. Sade in Nigeria, Estefan in Cuba, and Lynn in England. And the honorees all range from 51 to 75 years old, which Jeff Lynne is. And Jeff Lynne, by the way, still sounds great. If you go see him with ELO, phenomenal, dude. I mean, phenomenal. Now, this is the cool part for the rap industry. This will be the 5th consecutive induction ceremony in which a songwriter associated with rap or hip-hop has been honored. Snoop this year, followed by Jay-Z in 17, Dupree in 18, Missy Elliott in 19, and Chad Hugo and Pharrell of the Neptunes in 2022. In 2021 and 2020, they did not have any inductions because of the pandemic. So there you go. So it's actually really cool to see those folks get in and see how the rap industry is also, getting its love too. Now, listen to this part, okay? Because this is the part that's kind of pretty amazing. Songwriters who were passed over voting for this year. Are you ready? Bryan Adams. Like, he deserves to be in the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Vince Gill, a super talent. Definitely will get in eventually. Now, here's the one, Patti Smith. Her most famous song was written by Bruce Springsteen. How many songs on her own were, like, legendary? I don't know about that one. Steve Winwood. Huh? Like, these are people, like, it just gets to a point where it's, like, ridiculous. Like, these are all talents that belong in the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Like, how do you not put Steve Winwood? That guy's been making songs since he was a teenager with Traffic. You know what I'm saying? Love Steve Winwood, man. Then also, just left out, Clem Burke, Debbie Harry, and Chris Stein from Blondie, because all 3 were, instrumental in writing a lot of the Blondie music. By the way, Clem Burke is one of my favorite drummers of all time. And I'm not going to tell you because he's the greatest drummer of all time. I love the passion that Clem Burke plays with. Every song, every concert, every year I've ever seen him, you will hear his drums. And I think he has been, I think he's the only one left. I think Stein is not even touring with Blondie anymore. When you go see Blondie now, I think Chris Stein is still, I think he's not touring anymore. And I think Clem is like the only one. So they were left out. Listen to this. Tom Johnston, Michael McDonald, Patrick Simmons of the Doobie Brothers. That's pretty amazing, right? Ann and Nancy Wilson of Heart were also left out. Okay? And here we go. Bill Berry, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Michael Stipe of REM. Like, that whole class there, let's just roll it over for next year. That's the part I found, like, jaw-dropping. The people they actually left out of the Songwriters Hall of Fame were just as impressive. And people that you look at and you say, are you kidding me? Those are all Songwriters Hall of Fame, candidates. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, Joseph Rosabal says, I'm glad the franchise stood behind Tua, making him the starter for next year. The kid needs to learn the clock in his head, when to throw the ball away. The future is bright. Get me a running game. Amen. I'm with you right there. Matt says, is it a true final tour? Or is it like the Barry Manilow who's had 163 farewell? I could go to my closet and go reach for a Kiss shirt that I believe it's 1999 or 2000 or something. It's the farewell tour or something. And that's when the original four got together. Maybe it's 97 or 90. I don't know what year it was when they got together. But I have that. I went to that concert. I got the shirt still. And then it says farewell tour on it. So, yeah. Elton John's been on a farewell tour for like the last 25 years. Barry Manilow's been on a farewell tour the last 25 years. And Kiss has been on a farewell tour the last 25 years. You can't argue with that. That is so true, Mike. So true. Financially speaking, Skylar has to be the number 2 on this team moving forward, and I'm good with that. 7th round rookie started in the playoffs. Dolphin 13, I am not. I didn't see enough that he's a number 2. I saw enough to continue to invest in him as a number 3 in developmental project, but I did not see enough that I would make him my number 2. No. He doesn't read fast enough to do that. And I don't know if he will. You hope he gets better next year, but he hasn't done it yet. So I'd rather go get a Gardner Minshew as my number 2. That's just me. It's kind of the way I look at it. All right. It is time to wrap it up here on the show. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Remember, they do the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show, 9 to 10 a.m. Matt Verderame and Omar Kelly, baby. Appreciate them. Tomorrow, by the way, on the show, Alan Poupar and Marcel Louis-Jacques will be joining us, so we'll have some fun with those guys. Friday, Ira Winderman, Manny Navarro, Scott Pianowski, Cameron Wolf. And then we're actually off on weekends. So, Sean, when does the Square Circle Digest return, bro? When is the return date for the Square Circle Digest? Let's put some pressure on you right now.
TBD.
There's no pressure on Sean Stanley ever. All right, we will see you all tomorrow on behalf of the great Sean Stanley, who masters this platform every single day. Thank you all out there. If you sent in a super chat, if you gave a donation through Cash App or Venmo, we love you for it. Thank you all out there. As always, we will see you tomorrow live from Hialeah Park, baby. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.